never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A caravan with thousands of migrants is coming to the southern U.S. border.
Approximately 5,000 migrants from Central and South America are moving northward through Mexico, headed for the southern border. Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says caravans are a recurring situation, but they won't be allowed in if they make it.
89 to 90% of them don't have a right to get asylum. They're coming in because of economic reasons, or they want to join their family.
This caravan marks the largest since last June, with Mexican police providing an escort and ensuring the highway remains accessible. I'm John Schaefer.
Earlier today, Donald Trump Jr. gave testimony in his father's civil fraud trial. He faced questions regarding his involvement in his father's financial statements. The New York Attorney General contends that Trump's statements were exaggerated to secure more advantageous loans. Eric, Ivanka, and former President Trump will testify in the near future. The Federal Reserve has once again decided to pause interest rate hikes. This marks the second consecutive time they've kept rates steady following 11 previous hikes, including 4 this year.
Today, we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Given how far we have come, along with the uncertainties and risks we face, the committee is proceeding carefully.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the committee expressed increased optimism about the economy and job market despite ongoing inflation concerns. Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey claims that the state Democratic Party was responsible for covering the expenses of events he attended in 2018 and 2019. According to a report obtained by Politico from public records, taxpayers footed a $12,000 bill for the governor's attendance at events held at MetLife Stadium, including a Taylor Swift concert, a hip-hop festival, and New York Jets game. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low Cost Airlines.
With one call to Low Cost Airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
UAW workers at Ford Motor Company have begun voting on a tentative agreement with the automaker. The 24-hour period to vote on the deal began this morning. UAW locals across the nation will do so. Ford was the first of the Detroit 3 auto companies to reach a deal with the union. A pilot who allegedly threatened to shoot his flight captain is being indicted. According to the Department of Transportation, a federal grand jury in Utah indicted Jonathan Dunn over the August 2022 incident. The disagreement happened when the captain wanted to divert the flight because of a passenger's medical emergency. The pilot was legally carrying a firearm with him. According to the Inspector General, Dunn was charged with interference with a flight crew, a felony that carries up to 20 years in prison. Would you buy a house that you knew was haunted?
Turns out most people would. A new Zillow survey found that 67% of people in the market to buy a house would absolutely purchase one that was haunted, as long as it was in good condition, a good location, and it was affordable, or maybe it had some other big appeal. Some people actually want a home that has ghosts. Nearly 30% say they were more likely to buy a house if it was labeled as haunted. I'm Corey Myers.
Forecasters are keeping an eye on a disturbance in the Eastern Caribbean. If it does form, it will be named Vince. Dave Collins, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I recognize that sound. That sound means it's time for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Welcome aboard. All right, so November underway. We close out November 1 from time zone to time zone, work our way into November the 2nd. One thing's for certain, it's another night to bundle up for much of the country. For those even in the deep south and those along the eastern seaboard who have yet to see their first hard freeze, now looks like tonight's your night. We've got, again, Those hard freeze warnings stretching from central and eastern Texas all across the Gulf Coast, as well as the Atlantic coast. In many areas on the Atlantic coast side, those freeze warnings take you, literally right to the coast. In the southeast, along the Gulf Coast, in most cases, from southeastern Texas through southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, even over into parts of the Florida Panhandle, it's just, say the counties right along the water, the shoreline, where the water temperatures will keep the air temperatures above the freezing mark, but just literally a few miles inland, you're going to see freeze conditions as we roll into a Thursday. Good news is this is going to be kind of the end of the really cold stuff. We begin to see a warm-up trending from the central states to the east over the remainder of the weekend into the weekend. Now, even with hard freeze warnings in places like the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, I would venture to say, temperatures be damned, the celebration is on. 2 years ago, Texas Rangers fans wondering when they would even become a postseason team after losing 102 games. Even last year, they went 68-94, which extended their postseason drought to 6 straight seasons. They are now World Series champions. The Rangers taking Game 5 of the Fall Classic over the Arizona Diamondbacks Wednesday night. 5-0 the final score, which is the first title, World Series title, in franchise history. I know what it's like to live in a city where you win the World Series, albeit 1990 was the last time we did so. But I can so well recall, I was much younger then, but the downtown area with the win, the people just flooding into the streets, celebrating, fireworks, you name it, and the party went well into the early morning hours. If I had to venture a guess, I'm thinking there's going to be a whole lot of folks maybe checking in a little bit late for work this Thursday morning in parts of the Dallas area, no doubt about it. Rangers slugged their way to victories all season long, but this past evening it was anything but their typical slugfest for most of the night. Zach Gallen did not allow a hit through 6 innings. Nathan Eovaldi kept the Diamondbacks scoreless the entire time and also got out of a couple of huge jams. Rangers put 2 in scoring position to lead off the 7th. Mitch Garver finally opened the scoring with a single. Gallen left the game to a standing ovation there. But sadly in line for a tough luck loss, which he would eventually take. With their season now on the brink, the Diamondbacks brought in their best options from the bullpen, calling up their setup man, Kevin Ginkel, to stop the bleeding in the 7th. Texas loaded the bases with 1 out in the 8th. Ginkel was able to get out of that jam as well, amazingly. Eovaldi's night was complete after 6 grueling scoreless innings. Bruce Bochy brought in Aroldis Chapman, seemingly always shaky in a big spot. He put the tying run on first. After getting Gabriel Moreno to strike out, Bochy summoned Josh Bortz from the pen to get Christian Walker to fly out. Bortz also forced the lead run in the 8th, but again avoided damage. Closer Paul Sewald came in the game in the 9th. He allowed 3 straight hits. The 3rd was a single up the middle that went underneath the center fielder's glove, rolled all the way to the wall. That scored 2 runs. Then Marcus Semien added a 2-run homer, which was all icing on the cake for ultimately as a 5-0 final score, winning the 2023 World Series. How about that? As I said, the celebration, trust me, Yeah, if you're trying to deliver freight or pick up freight, especially around the downtown Dallas area, just be aware there's going to be people celebrating in the streets. I recall when folks from all over town got in their cars just to go into the downtown area to honk their horns and wave their flags and just celebrate a World Series victory. Yeah, hopefully none of the shenanigans that sometimes unfold where people decide to light dumpster fires and, college students bring their couches out of the dorm to burn them in the streets. Then what are you going to sleep on, you big dummy? But, yeah, the celebration is on. Congratulations to those Texas Ranger fans. A well-deserved, hard-fought season there. Meanwhile, back to our travelers' weather, though. Tonight, aside from the colder temperatures, there's not much going on out there as far as precipitation to slow you down. We may see a little bit of rain moving into western portions of lower Michigan, some of that rain crossing the lakes tonight. Aside from that, you've got to get out to the Pacific Northwest, primarily Washington, Oregon, rain that's going to be moving in to northern Idaho and western portions of Montana. That may slow things down a bit there. But this is a bit of a warmer storm. We're not seeing as much, not even the higher elevations, not a lot of snow, nothing down to pass levels to be concerned with this storm. But the rest of the country, after temperatures bottomed out, it felt more like December for the last several mornings. Warmer air now begins to rally once again. It's going to begin to feel more like mid to late October for the eastern half of the country as we head to the end of the week and the upcoming weekend. Tonight, though, technically, there's more room for temperatures to fall as that cold air continues to expand across the east. The coldest air is still moving into the northeast with blustery conditions. Even as the winds begin to subside later Thursday morning, temperatures are going to be bottoming out under the clearing sky in the southeastern USA. In much of the east, we're going to be talking some of the lowest temperatures since last spring. As we head here into Thursday morning, frost and freeze will be widespread across the interior south, the northeast, as well as much of the Midwest once again. Adding that the conditions for Thursday morning indeed mark the end of the growing season in most areas. Some areas in the south may even be challenging some record low levels. Nashville, Tennessee, for example, you're going to bottom out in the upper 20s about daybreak this Thursday morning. At Houston's Intercontinental Airport, last time you were in the mid-30s was back in February of this year. Later this morning, the forecast record low of 34 may be challenged as you're looking to fall into the middle 30s. Temperatures bottomed out at 29 in Chicago Wednesday morning. So similar story there in the Northeast. Many areas seeing the lowest temperatures since back in April or even March of this year. But the cold spell will be fleeting. The door to warmer air is going to be rolling back in. A strong warming trend will commence over the south central, southeast, and even northeast states as we head into Thursday afternoon. Just got to get through this chilly Thursday morning. That warm-up continues through most areas right on through the weekend. Areas like Dallas and Atlanta, you'll recover from winter-like highs in the mid-50s this past day. Warming back, by the time we get to the middle portions of the weekend, mid-70s will be back in the forecast by Sunday. So there you go. In the Midwest, a warm-up makes a decent progress Thursday, Friday, probably peaks this weekend as a new storm from the northwest begins to move across the northern tier of the country. Temperatures rebound into the 50s, places like Chicago and Detroit by Friday. You'll see clouds and some rain showers. Temperatures this weekend will pretty much level off, or maybe even take a step back a few degrees there in the upper Midwest. And, of course, reminder, once again, don't forget, coming up this weekend, we'll be turning our clocks back. We'll be falling back, a.k.a. losing an hour of sleep, or in third shift workers' cases, adding an extra hour of work, depending on what your occupation might be. But hello to Philly Dan, out of the box, here on a Thursday morning. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Hello to the milkman. He said, copy the mail. You're supposed to say, move in the milk, right? Moo. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Here we go. It's 43 even there in Brunswick, Georgia. See, chilly night in the deep south. You're going to continue dropping. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe, 35 in Platkill, New York, as we kick off round number 3 to Schenectady here this Thursday morning. John, as always, Stevettes, good morning. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Hello to Earl. It's a balmy 32 degrees in Horse Cave, Kentucky tonight. Dave at 28 degrees in Lodi. It's a much better ride tonight as I'm getting ready to hook up and head back to Western New York. Praise God that Monkey Gouger's okay after hearing that story last night. And that comes from someone who's not very religious. Yes, indeed. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. They're at 47 degrees, Cody, Wyoming tonight. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for Big Sky Country. Live action continues on the fall run. Special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Cowboy State tonight. Marianne is on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Roy, Northwest Illinois. Clouds, then clearing, dropping to 29. It's like a little bit milder for the day ahead. Expected to be back to about 53 today. Yeah, so that warming trend begins. Glenn said, good morning, Steve. A little chilly here in central Georgia tonight. Absolutely. It's 32. Harrison, Ohio, as Pappy jumps on board. Congratulations, Texas. World Series champions, Major League Baseball. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is that time. Somewhere from the deep bowels of the earth crust, Hot Shot Secret, Gold Eagle's secret bunker being powered up, transmitting our thoughts and what's on our mind or your mind. All you got to do is dial this up at 844-844-3388 and join in. Hammer down, be safe. Are you with me? Glad the 2-time world champion manure hauler's okay and back in the saddle. Yes, indeed. Copy the mail, 5-7. Top of the morning, there's Santa Claus from the West Coast. 64 degrees here in Oakland, California. Ready to head up I-80 toward the home 20 in Sacramento. Doc Holliday. Hey there. Morning, Steve. That Hot Shot Secret is working on all of our trucks. My boss ordering a truckload of it for all of our trucks, which he said somewhere close to 300 trucks. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, Doc Holliday. Maybe he'll give us a holler out. Check in. Can't recall. I know he was going to be stuck there. I think he's going to be loading out today. Just so happened once again, he just got stuck at a casino. I don't know how that happens, but our number 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. Here we are, rolling into a Thursday. Eskimo Mom checks in. Happy Thursday. Congratulations to those Texas Rangers, World Series victor. Got the regular run tonight. It's a good night for trailer trucking, with the exception of a little road work here and there, but it's clear on the chilly side. 38 degrees, rolling along ice, 71 in the Bluegrass State. Good morning from Steve, ready for another fantastic show there in New York City. Mike, Mike, you're right. I said when you fall back, you lose an hour. You gain an hour sleep. Yes, thank you for the correction. You gain an hour sleep, but for those third shift workers, yes, when you fall back at 2 a.m., it becomes 1 a.m., you get an extra hour to work. I remember over the years when I was doing the weekend thing, I hated that fallback weekend. That made for a 6-hour overnight show. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. It's a chilly 33 here. All right, the truck parts are in. I'm hoping they're going to get a lot done today. Just an update there. Everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Hello to Bidu on board. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Good to have you with us. Let's see. John said, just in case, a balmy 60 degrees at the confluence of the I-80 at the I-5. Okay, enjoy that. It's a balmy 32 outside the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle secret bunker at this hour here in Southwest Ohio. All right, so we've got a lot to cover. Hopefully we can get to all of this as we make our way into a new day. Yes, the migrant caravan, as we've been hearing. It's nothing new. It's deja vu. It's lather, rinse, repeat. Just every time another several thousand caravan arrives at the southern border, another 5. Now, it looks like the caravan we're talking about right now has swelled to over 7,000 people in the past 24 hours. I mean, we're talking about double what the initial report was when they said about 3,500. I mean, they're heading out from all the way down there at the Mexico-Guatemala border, comprised of primarily Cuban, El Salvadoran, Guatemalan, Haitian, Hondurans, and Venezuelans coming out of southern Mexico. They started the journey on Monday. Officials had initially estimated 3,500 people had set off on the journey, about 1,100 miles to the southernmost tip of the U.S. border. Now, one of those, a U.S. citizen and one of the caravan organizers, then went on to clarify that about 5,000 were in the initial group, and as they're progressing, more and more are joining in. That number has since grown to more than 7,000. How large will it be by the time it reaches our southern border? Now, the Mexican cable network, Real America's Voice, he believed the leaders of Latin American countries are conspiring to create an immigration crisis in order to extract money from the United States, and that Joe Biden obviously has allowed it to happen. I believe the Biden administration has dropped the ball, he said. A lot of these countries are fueling this by actually transporting people in. If you listen to Kamala Harris, her narrative hasn't changed from the very beginning. She's our border czar, right? In charge of finding solutions. even last week, said pretty much the same thing she said damn near a year ago, which meant absolutely nothing. We need to find the root cause of this. And her idea is if we send money to create jobs in those Central American countries, they won't come. Have you not figured it out yet? That's not the answer, Kamala. But anyway, back to the Mexico media. He said, I am completely stunned. Where is the American intelligence? Don't they know that all these countries are conspiring against the United States to make sure they have this crisis being made so they can charge money for that crisis? That's just the tip of the iceberg. Let me see here. It looks like Doc is going to check in. How about that? We'll get a full report here following the news break. Hang in there, Doc Holliday. Morning, Steve. Debbie checks in from Indiana, the Hoosier State. It's another chilly night, 29. We are going to warm up a few degrees. Looks like they're talking maybe 52 today. We're everybody glad to hear the monkey gouger's doing okay after his accident. Everybody stay safe out there, especially my special driver, the woodpecker. And have a terrific Thursday. We'll do our best. Thank you so much. And as always, thank you for listening in there. And Timothy just jumped on board. What do you have to say? Morning. Good morning, Timothy. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The importance of investing in rural America was on President Biden's mind.
President Biden visiting Minnesota and emphasizing his administration's commitment to investing in rural areas.
It's about making things in rural America again. And that's exactly what the historic legislation we passed has done, creating new and better markets and new income streams so that generations of rural Americans can begin to thrive again.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried could potentially receive a life sentence if found guilty on all fraud charges. After 3 days of testimony, Bankman-Fried's defense team concluded their case. Legendary college basketball coach Bobby Knight has died. Knight won 3 national titles at Indiana and over 900 games over the span of his career. The coach was 83 years old. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so it's been a kind of a crazy week, weather-wise, as we watched our coast-to-coast storm system brought the first snow, and in many cases, first accumulating snow. From the Rockies to the Northern Plains, the Great Lakes, northern New England, which they now tell us has resulted in the most extensive early November snow cover in at least 2 decades. As of Wednesday morning, snow was on the ground in 17.9% of the lower 48, according to NOAA. Locations from eastern Minnesota to western New York actually had snow on Halloween, even enough to shovel in Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Muskegon, Michigan, and Buffalo. Areas downwind of Lake Erie in Ontario blanketed Wednesday morning, including Cleveland and Akron, Ohio, several inches along some of the west-facing slopes of the Appalachians, right on the heels of 2 other storms that brought snow to the mountainous areas out west, as well as the northern plains over the past week. This current abundance of snow made possible by a powerful early season outbreak of cold air. Yeah, we did see a handful of record lows in the northern plains on Halloween. Yeah, about 119 million Americans began our Wednesday at or below the freezing mark. It was a chilly start. Yeah, numerous locations across Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri flirted with or broke record lows Wednesday morning. That included a teeth-chattering 8 degrees, single digits, in Mount LeConte, Tennessee, in the Great Smoky Mountains. That's the earliest single-digit low on record there. Wintry weather started suddenly last week as this storm came off the Pacific, in the Pacific Northwest, brought powder to the mountains, blanketing some areas of Montana and North Dakota with 6 to 12 inches. A second system developed over the Rockies over last weekend buried the Denver area anywhere from 4 to 10 inches of snow. Several feet fell in the mountains to the west that kind of kicked off the ski season at several resorts there. They're celebrating that. Yeah, Minneapolis opened Halloween with 2 to 4 inches of snow. While much of Minnesota, Wisconsin saw some light accumulations, Milwaukee received about 3 inches. Chicago even picked up an inch. The Muskegon area on the eastern shore of Lake Michigan actually saw 10 inches of snowfall. What do you say, Doc?
Yeah, I woke up this morning, looked out the hotel window, and it was snowing up here up there in upstate New York where I was at.
Yep.
I had 3 days, I had to lay over at the casino there.
I know, it was such a horrible thing.
Yeah, and then I got over here, supposed to load tomorrow, and come to find out they canceled my next load, so I can't load again for 5 more days.
What? So now where are you gonna be stuck now?
I'm in Springfield, Massachusetts over here, but the plant that we load at, I can't figure out how this happened again, but the MGM casino is just right down the street here. So
I'll be damned.
I don't know how I got stuck next to a casino again.
Doc, I mean, if you're only working 1 day a week, I hope you're doing well at the casino. You must be.
Well, my company's a good company. They give me, it ain't a lot. I mean, they pay us $210 a day to lay over plus hotel room.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good company. I get, it's better than nothing. It's not as much as we make running. We make a lot more than that.
Well,
running.
yeah, but your object is to double or triple that every day while you're sitting there.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. That's my object, but I didn't cover that object on this last round.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're talking about that hot shot diesel stuff. Now, I want everybody to know, I don't work for Hot Shot. I don't know these guys. Never have met any of them unless I did meet one at the truck show one year. But I know at work when I was an owner-operator in my truck, and we was having injector problems in all these new pack car motors, Steve, every one of them's having injector problems. And it's on the diesel side, not the oil side. And we've been going in and out of Kenworth and Peterbilt with them, just back and forth. And they hadn't been replacing injectors. They'd been running some kind of cleaner through it. They wouldn't tell us what they were running. And I told my boss one day, my engine light came back on, and I told him, I said, let me try something. And I told him about the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. He said, well, try it and give me a report how it works. Well, I put it in about 400 miles down the road, and my check engine light went out, and the motor started running smooth. The injector skip quit. And he was impressed by that, so he wanted me to go ahead and run a test on it for a while. And I ran a test on it for like 2 weeks. And check engine light never came back on or nothing. And we were talking about using it every tank full, but he talked to the people at Hot Shot, and they suggested trying the everyday diesel treat.
Right.
And I told him that was a good idea, so he wanted me to try that in between using the Extreme. They said if the engine light came back on, put the Extreme in. So I started using the everyday diesel treat, and I was using, well, it says one bottle treats 800 gallons, but for performance, one bottle treats 400 gallons. So I usually hold close to a couple of 100 gallons when I fill up, so I've been putting a half a bottle of that in the tank. And the truck started getting better mileage because I run the same run all the time, use the same fuel stop all the time. And after using that EDT, Steve, I started putting in about 20 to 25 gallons less each fill up than I was putting in normal.
Wow.
And I gave him that report on it, and we did the math on it. He's saving about $100 every time we fill up. The one bottle of EDT is good for 2 fill-ups, and it's only $27. So he's making about $75 to $80 each fill-up just by using the EDT.
There you go.
And I went over all that with him, and so he got some more trucks running it. And the ones that had the check engine light on, he informed everybody to put the Extreme in, and they did, and every one of them's check engine light went out. Now, what he's going to start doing is we're going to start using the Extreme every time we do an oil change. He's ordered, I don't know how many pallets, I guess a truckload or 2 of this stuff. And he's putting it at all our terminals. And every time we get an oil change, we're going to put the Extreme in, and in between the oil changes, we're going to use the EDT unless the check engine light comes back on, which mine did day before yesterday. The engine light came back on, so I knew what to do. I grabbed a bottle of Extreme, throwed it in there, went down the road 300 or 400 miles, check engine light went out, motor running good.
Wow.
So, after doing my test, he was convinced in it, and then he found out it was working in the other trucks. So I don't know how many thousand cases he ordered of this stuff, but he ordered it like about 1,000 cases of it. And he's also so convinced in this that he's going to try the winter treatment too in these trucks this winter.
Right. And now they've they did last year. They debuted. You now have, if you treat your fuel in the cold months with the anti-gel, they've got the everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense, kind of like all in one bottle.
That's what he ordered. Yep,
okay.
He ordered, I don't know how many cases of it, but he's shipping that to each one of our terminals. We got, 4 or 5 terminals. And my run up here, I don't get by a terminal, so he's shipping us a pallet of it up here to Kentucky, where these 3 guys on this run, where we can use the winter defense and not have to buy it at the truck stop.
There you go.
Because, we paying full price for it at the truck stop, and he got some kind of deal with them.
Oh, yeah.
Ordering so many cases of it.
Fleet discount.
And he's met with them 2 or 3 times, and he's convinced, and I'm convinced, too, that this stuff really works. So I guess I got a good account for you. For your sponsor there.
And I thank you. That's what we need, right? More people like you to convince the terminal managers, I guess, or the fleet maintenance managers, to try this stuff.
Well, see, each winter we was always debating on, do we use Howes? Do we use Power Service? Do we use Lucas? Or do we use this? Do we use that? But now then, he's seen that this stuff works so good, we go into one additive only, and that's going to be the Hot Shot Secret winter additive.
There you go.
And that's what he wants everybody to use. And I haven't seen it on the shelves in the truck stops yet. I guess maybe it ain't been cold enough or something. But you need to check with them and see if they're going to ship it, because Love's is our main fuel stop. See if they're going to ship it to Love's, because if I can't get by to get the stuff on time that I need it, I'm going to have to buy it at the truck stop.
Okay.
So make sure they get it in the Love's fuel stops, because that's the one that we use. A lot of big companies use Love's also, because we get such a big discount on the fuel. But and we went over it, just for the money he's saving on the fuel mileage is more than paying for itself on it.
100%,
Yep, 100% on that. But what happened to Monkey Gouge? I've been hearing about it, but I ain't been up to date on it.
All right, so
back on the road. I didn't know he was off the road.
Well, it was. I guess he did kind of keep it to himself, and just literally a handful of people were aware. He called last night for the first time, and it was I think you said September 3rd is when he was down in Texas. Ran into what he described as a bull deer, a monster deer that, I got ripped out the lines underneath and everything. Didn't have any steering, and it was a pretty nasty wreck. He was hurt. It kind of damaged his prosthetic arm, but his one good arm was all tore up and sprained. So he'd been out of commission for literally 6-8 weeks, and. He described how he thought, this was serious enough where he thought about hanging up the keys. I've been out here 48 years.
Oh, wow.
What's it, 6, 7, I don't know how many million miles he's done. So all said and done, he really, really debated on whether getting out of the biz, and he decided, I guess, he's going to get back out there. He's going to give it 2 more years is what his line of thinking
What
is.
about his truck? Did it total his truck?
It didn't. It was not totaled. I guess there was enough damage, but he explained that he had to order a bunch of parts. The guy the shop that it was in, they were having trouble getting parts. So he and Debbie actually were able to get their hands on some of the parts they needed. And he said when he checked on how much it was going to cost to ship them, He said, Debbie, we're taking a road trip. They actually had to get in their personal vehicle and deliver the parts all the way over to Texas. Now, I think he had to go to the prosthetic place there in Oklahoma anyway, because they had to fix the prosthetic arm.
Oh, dang. I sure hate to hear all that. I'm glad he's doing better and getting back out here then.
Yep.
I need to give him a call tomorrow then sometime and find out how he's doing. But you talk about all these illegals coming across, and Kamala Harris being the border czar, she's not down there to stop them. She's down there to give them voting cards when they come across.
Yeah.
That's all about. They think they're getting more voters by letting all these illegals come over here. And a lot of them, Steve, that many coming over, they need to ship some up to Detroit there where they can get those auto jobs that the UAW is on strike doing, They can replace them for a while.
Well, I mean, they got a deal. They've all got a tentative deal. I don't know if you've been up to speed on that, but GM, Ford, and Stellantis, they're all back to work. Now, the deal has to be ratified by the rank and file, but it looks like everything's going to be good to go.
Yeah, for another year, and then they'll go on strike again.
Well,
money.
4.5 years.
Yeah. Well, all right, Steve. Well, it was good hollering at you. I'm just going to be hanging out here for the next 5 days, going down to the Hampton Inn tomorrow.
All right. I'm sure you'll
put me up.
You'll be sharing photos of those wonderful, immaculate dinners that you have there at the casino.
Oh, yeah. I'll let you later, Steve.
Thank you so much for checking in, and we greatly appreciate the testimonial there for Hot Shot Secret. It's if that's the idea. If you try it, you'll find out it's not just empty claims or snake oil. That I'll be damned, this stuff, it does what it says it does. He brought up the southern border. And now we're going to give you lots to update you on as far as the Middle East. What's going on with, we're going to have the bill, the standalone bill, which is very controversial, to fund aid for Israel, but not include the requested aid from the Biden administration for Ukraine, Taiwan, and, quote, as they say, the southern border. The White House tries to make it sound like they're needing, that they want to put funding in there to help secure our southern border. Now, when you hear that, if you hear secure the border in the mainstream media, most of us think, well, I'm all for that. Hell, we've been beating that drum for how many years? Yeah, let's secure that southern border. You got the actual, thank you, Pappy, we got the actual fact sheet from the White House on what this funding that they're trying to insert into this bill for the southern border actually entails, which reads, critical border management activities, funding, including additional temporary holding facilities and detention beds for fair and fast processing for recent arrivals. Number 2, expansion of lawful pathways, including efforts to streamline the processing of eligible refugees and migrants through the Safe Mobility Offices initiative. Thirdly, to support for eligible arrivals, including services to successfully resettle in the interior United States and become self-sufficient. In other words, this request is for funding to literally help expedite the process of getting more of these illegals into the country. It's not about securing the border.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, we mentioned so many areas around the country receiving their first, at least dusting, coating, enough snow to make for slippery conditions. We had advised several days in advance. AccuWeather, National Weather Service. We're talking about areas from the Great Lakes, Pennsylvania, New York. Areas that could see what they call the snow squalls. You know, some flurries or snow showers is one thing. The snow squalls, where you have sudden, greatly reduced visibility and a quick dusting to as much as an inch of snowfall, slick road conditions. Did not take long for such conditions to develop in Pennsylvania Wednesday morning. At least one fatality in the pileup on I-80 in Mercer County. That pileup occurred shortly before 6 a.m. this past morning, shortly after concluding our Wednesday morning program, where we were advising about some of those snow squalls I had been mentioning through the night, some of those enhanced blues. Said it's coming down in bursts in some areas. This was I-80 eastbound at the 14-mile marker and Lackawanna Township. Images captured from the scene show multiple semi-trucks were involved. Pennsylvania State Police confirming one fatality as a result of the crash. No clear number of how many vehicles were involved at press time from this report from CDL Live. But obviously, eastbound 80 was closed for cleanup and investigation through much of the morning and midday hours. Mercer County saw their first significant snow of the season Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Be careful in those snow squalls, folks. Now let's jump over to the Sundance Kid here on a Thursday morning. What's going on, Sundance? Did we strike gold yet? Have we found the big mother lode?
We have found the mother lode. I did a ground penetrating scan of the area.
Yeah?
It's there. It's there. About 160 bars, Steve. And I'm trying to figure out how to dig it out. And that's what I called for. I need something that's quiet.
Oh, you mean so you can sneak in the darkness of night, maybe? So something like a big old backhoe or a cat digger is going to be too loud and obvious?
Yes. And it's got to be quick, and it's got to be fast and quiet. Because I got one shot.
Uh-huh.
And it's about 1,600 pounds. So they're 10-pound bars apiece. And, Steve, you know how much a 10-pound bar of gold is?
A lot more than I'll probably ever make.
Well, I don't know how much you make, but it's about $293,000 a bar.
Okay. Well, I'll make that in a lifetime, but I thought it might have been in the millions. I have no idea what gold value is right now.
Yeah, well, these bars...
It's a couple $1,000 an ounce, right? Like $2,000-3,000 an ounce?
Yeah, but these bars are different because they're more purified.
Okay.
From the time that, because they were already barred up, but like I found it, Steve. And and this whole, and I'm gonna tell you what, this devil's lettuce. Oh my goodness, it has made me a better driver because I am precautious. I ain't riding nobody's tail. I'm running speed limits. I'm running 10 miles below the speed limit.
I bet you are. Extra cautious.
Yeah, well, I know if they catch me, if I have an accident, I know where I'm going. Take a drug test, and it's all over then. And I got that gold on my mind, and I'm just, 38 years of soberness off the reefer was enough. Because the world got so stupid, and now I'm back into my younger days.
And you decided to make things real again, right?
That's right. It is nice.
Oh, boy. I got to get at the top of the hour. All right, Sundance, thank you much for checking in.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The conflict between Israel and Hamas has entered its 26th day. Evacuations from the Gaza Strip into Egypt are underway, with injured civilians and hundreds of foreign passport holders, including Americans, among those leaving. Since the war's onset of October 7th, the total death toll has exceeded 10,000 people. President Biden is in Minnesota, emphasizing his administration's commitment to investing in rural areas.
About making things in rural America again. And that's exactly what the historic legislation we passed has done, creating new and better markets and new income streams so that generations of rural Americans can begin to thrive again.
Speaking from Dutch Creek Farms in Northfield, Biden unveiled over $5 billion in fresh funding for agriculture, broadband, clean energy, and infrastructure in rural areas across the nation. The president emphasized that young people in these regions should have opportunities for employment without having to leave their homes. Two House Republicans have decided not to run for re-election. Texas Congresswoman Kay Granger, a House member since 1997, Colorado Congressman Ken Buck, both revealed on Wednesday that they will not be running in 2024. Granger expressed the belief that it's time for the next generation to take the reins, while Buck has been vocal in his criticism of his party, particularly Republicans who persist in claiming that the 2020 election was stolen. There's been a recent spike in anti-Semitic attacks across the country as a result of the war in Israel. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Department of Justice has no tolerance for threats of violence based on religion.
That is why I have directed all of our U.S. attorneys and FBI field offices to work closely with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners in their districts to keep their communities safe.
Anti-Semitic incidents have increased 400% in recent weeks. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A safety review of the SpaceX Starship rocket has been completed by federal authorities. The nearly 400-foot rocket has had just one test flight so far and stands ready for a second liftoff at the SpaceX launch pad in South Texas. NASA plans on using the Starship for its Artemis 3 moon mission to land humans on the lunar surface. The birth rate in the U.S. is dropping. The CDC says the U.S. birth rate fell by 22% from 2007 to 2022. The data also shows that not one state reported an increase in birth rates. Some states did experience a slower decline than others, with North Dakota experiencing a 9% drop. Lawmakers have selected a new ambassador for Israel. Lance Pry has more.
Former Treasury Secretary Jack Lew is the new U.S. ambassador to Israel. The Senate confirmed Lew in a 53-43 vote yesterday. Lew's confirmation comes as the conflict between Israel and Hamas continues.
Turns out ghosts aren't a deal breaker for home buyers. A Zillow survey found that 67% of prospective home buyers would purchase a haunted house if it was in good condition, good location, and affordable. And nearly 30% said they were more likely to buy a home if it was haunted. World Series viewing is down. According to Nielsen, games 2 and 3 had the least watched in recorded history. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Or for those maybe just joining us, welcome aboard. Lois just chimed in. Hello, Lois. She said, I just tuned in. I heard Sundance. Now, how about Kemo Sabe? I remember he got hurt a few years back. You're right. It's been a while since we've heard from Kimo Sabe. That's Jack and Lois Lane. Good to have you on board. Hello, Brian. Good evening, all the listeners out there. Hey, lots in the Middle East developments. Oh boy, the numbers, how they change. It gets a bit confusing, but now they're telling us more than 500 Americans and their family members are trapped in Gaza. Now, we had the initial recall, like 200 that were taken hostage with the original invasion back on October 7th. Apparently, there are, I guess, that many hundreds people that actually have American passports that lived in the Gaza region. And there, they are also being refused ability to get out. Now, they tell us while the exact number is not clear, Israel's defense forces have said about 230 Americans are being held by Hamas. Others report the number as high as 500. Now, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said, quote, "We're working on this every day. We have about 400 American citizens and their family members. So that's roughly 1,000 people stuck in Gaza that want to get out." Washington Post on October 20th had reported at least 400 American hostages in Gaza unable to leave because nobody's being allowed to leave the territory at that time. Separately, the Biden administration believes that about 500 Americans are trapped inside Gaza, not as hostages, but because they were there when the Hamas attack occurred and have subsequently been unable to leave amid the Israeli military retaliation. CBS News reported last week that the U.S. government estimates somewhere between 500 and 600 Americans are among the roughly 2.3 million trapped in the Gaza Strip, which Israel has completely sealed off. Now, while hundreds of Americans have been flown out of Israel since then, they tell us not a single person, with the exception of the 4 hostages released by Hamas, has been allowed to leave Gaza. While the Americans are not necessarily being held by armed Hamas terrorists in the underground tunnels, they explain they are trapped in Gaza against their will. Senator Marsha Blackburn posted on Tuesday that the White House admitted Hamas is holding nearly 500 Americans against their will. Are they counting Americans who are dual passport holders in Gaza? Palestinians who Hamas is not letting out? You could classify them as hostages. I mean, I think that's what she means. Retired Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt, speaking this past morning, said, not the ones that are being held, we think, underground. That's the 12 to 20 Americans there. It was reported Wednesday that dozens of people had entered the Rafah crossing for the first time, that foreign passport holders have been allowed to leave the besieged territory. That's the region that leads them into Egypt. So a very fluid situation there. As far as that go, they're saying hundreds of foreign nationals and dozens of seriously injured Palestinians were allowed to leave for the first time since the war began more than 3 weeks ago. That's the Rafah crossing into Egypt after the release of 4 hostages by Hamas, and we had the rescue of an Israeli soldier. The opening of the border crossing as Israeli forces advanced deeper into Gaza. Airstrikes continued on Wednesday. They actually struck a, quote, refugee camp for the second time in as many days. Communications and internet services gradually being restored after the second major cut in 5 days. The main telecommunications provider The humanitarian aid agencies have warned that these blackouts severely disrupt their work in what is already a dire situation. They go more into the death toll numbers, but like I said, very fluid situation in the Middle East. Back to the calls. Hillbilly, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Like I said before, that's a big mess over there.
Yes.
I'm so happy that Bucky Gouger is okay and healing up and going to get back on the road for a couple more years. I had to go back this morning and listen to the podcast because I actually caught the second half of his phone call yesterday when I started.
Okay.
It wasn't a bull deer. It's called a mule deer. It's a breed of a white-tailed deer. They're about, maybe about twice the size of a regular white-tail that you see around here.
Mm-hmm.
They got real long ears like a mule. Reason why they get the name. But 300-pound mule deer, that's a pretty good-sized deer. But I kind of like what he said, that the sheriff's department said, y'all need to get out of here because you killed the prize buck everybody was looking for.
Right.
But all joking aside, I'm just thankful he's all right. He took a heck of a ride. Now, yesterday morning, I had the luckiest deer alive, I think. I was rolling down 71 toward Louisville there in Kentucky. A deer come out from the left. I just caught a glimpse of him. He wasn't going to be out in front of me. He was going to hit the side of the truck and turn and went the opposite way I was going and actually passed between me and the Chief Wrangler that was beside my trailer tandems. I'm like, my God, how lucky can you get there?
Really?
Yeah. It freaked that driver in that little Jeep Cherokee all out because it took him a couple minutes to catch back up to me, but he didn't hit it. And like I said, I kind of glanced in the mirror when after I went by him, and I'm like, oh my God, that was close. But this is the crazy season for deer that are going in the rut, and this cold weather's just really set them to a heavy rut. So people watch out at night. They're moving. So, Steve, that's about all I got. You have a good night and good show.
Hey, thanks for checking in. And that's one lucky deer story, right? Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Pappy checking in. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Hey, man, you ever watch that show, Curse of Oak Island?
I've not seen that one. Not familiar.
Just remind me of Sundance Call. Anyway, there's a show on cable. It's called Curse of Oak Island. And every week, they're just this close to finding the gold.
Oh, the mother lode?
The mother lode. And it's been going on for like 3 or 4 years now. So, but in all sincereness, good luck to him, man. I hope he finds it. Hey, 2-time world champion manure hauler's back in the saddle.
Yes. I mean, how did that catch you? I mean, that caught me totally unprepared, by surprise.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he was going to say how he ran off and was doing some fishing and hunting and all this stuff and was stuck in the woods and couldn't get a cell phone connection. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. But man, Steve, I could tell you about some deer crashes, man. Had some doozies. They will destroy a vehicle. And we don't have mule deals here in Hamilton County, but man, I could imagine what a semi.
Mm-hmm.
Man, oh man. Holy moly. But hey, yeah, the Biden administration is playing word games, soup salads again. $13.5 billion he wants for border security.
Yeah, I mean, and so you sent me, that's the actual White House fact sheet. I don't see anything about walls or fences or razor wire, anything that's going to deter anyone from coming in. It's all about helping to process them.
Yes, sir. Now, here's what they're going to do, because not all Republicans, but the Getz and the new House guy, you hear what they're calling him? The mega House, the mega House leader. What they're going to do is, if they don't pass this, they're going to try to blame Republicans and say, listen, we tried passing border security, but the Republicans voted it down. These games that Steve, there's another 6,000. I was watching the War Room, Stephen K. Bannon. He's got some journalists embedded down there, right? There's another 6,000
on the way,
heading this way, on the way, talking about coming in through Arizona there. And when this guy was on the air with the War Room, they just showed those lines and lines and lines of people, just at least 6,000 heading this way. And they were asking them, well, why are you coming to the United States? Well, because Biden's going to give us motel rooms and money and food and unbelievable, Steve, that they are not shutting this border down with everything that's going on.
Mm-hmm. And then you had Christopher Wray, the day before, FBI director. You notice how when he said our number one concern right now is incentivized, radicalized, local, homegrown. I mean, when you've got how many millions that have come in, they ain't going to be local person. It could be a local homegrown, but they could, a better likelihood of someone that's premeditated, made their way from Iran or Pakistan or wherever the hell over in the Middle East into the U.S. to set up their sleeper cells.
And what's funny, Steve, is he finally had to come out, right, and admit that the intel is out there now where we're in trouble. He had to come out and admit it, because when it does happen, he can't say, well, I didn't try telling you. But with that said, what does the White House announce today? This new task force to combat Islamophobia.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that? We got tens of thousands of students around all these college campuses in our United States protesting against Israel in support of the Hamas demons, and they come out with that. Unbelievable. All done by design, purpose design.
Yeah.
They're not focused on where they need to be focused, and they're deliberately focusing where they don't need to be focused. Or where they, you know what I'm saying. Hey, Bongino had a clip on today. Elon Musk was on the Joe Rogan podcast. Steve, now this dude, Joe Rogan, I forget how many millions of views he gets a day. He's like the number one guy in these podcasts. Well, Elon Musk just came out and said that the Biden administration was in cahoots with Twitter, Google, ScrewTube, all these other social media outlets to censor any evidence at all about the mask, if they wouldn't protect you, talking about the vaccine that would not keep you from getting or spreading COVID. Any talk of the Hunter laptop not being Russian disinformation, that the government was in cahoots. So the Homeland Security Director was testifying on the Hill. Jim Jordan was laying into him. He had to admit on the Hill that these government agencies, i.e. FBI, CIA, right, Homeland Security, had conference calls with these social media outlets.
Correct,
dude.
right? They've been saying that for some time, but he had to come out and admit it in testimony.
He had to come out and admit it. And then Jordan asked him if these conference calls are still going on, and he said no, which he had to, because why? I think it was the state of Texas that filed lawsuit against the Biden administration, that the Biden administration was in violation of violating the citizens' First Amendment rights on these social media because of government's interference. And the Supreme Court upheld that, ordered the government to stop interfering and being in cahoots with these social media outlets. Unbelievable. There was also a lady, Always Moving sent me a text. She sent me this link to ScrewTube. I already seen this video anyway. But this was a lady from Homeland Security testifying on the Hill. And they were trying to ask her where the heck these 85,000 children that came across the border without parents,
Unaccompanied,
where they were. Who did they give them to, and where are they? And they have no clue, Steve. No idea. Her answer was, well, we briefed them before they left, before we sent them on their way, and gave them a phone number they can call if they want. That was her answer.
And supposedly they put him in touch with some of these charitable organizations. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different, like Catholic charities and whatnot, that are supposed to use their resources to find, I guess, homes, family members, someone to place them with. But they have no idea where any of them actually go. Government doesn't.
85,000 children. Unbelievable. Man, I'll tell you what. You give this country time, in 5-10 years, when we look back at what this administration is doing and what they have done. How many of these kids are ending up in these sex trafficking things?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
We're hearing
right.
cases of this. There's been some political opponents of Biden flat out accusing the government, of being involved in sex trafficking because they're allowing this to happen. They're allowing this border to be wide open. What happens to these women and children? Real quick, that journalist that was down there was interviewing this guy. I forget where he was from, but as soon as he got out of the Darien Strait there and into Mexico, the cartel snatched him up. Told him they needed $100,000, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Otherwise, his organs
would be
are going to be cut out of him and sent off to other people that could use them. Unbelievable what's going on. Craziness. All right, my man. That's all I got.
So in other words,
tonight off, tomorrow off.
And then back to work.
Back to work for the weekend.
Well, so I guess if you're a journalist and you go to the south of our border to try to report live on things that are happening down there, you're at your own risk, at your own peril. Cartels, they could care less if you're media. And I forget how many journalist reporting over in the Middle East. I mean, numerous journalists have also died in the violence taking place there. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. News break here just around the corner, so let's just hit a couple of other industry headlines before we get to that, and back to your calls. What else in the... All right, we touched on the pileup crash. We had an incident in Florida on the 29th. News comes out of a trucker that had pulled his 2022 Peterbilt 579 onto the right shoulder of the interstate and was standing on the left side of it when two other tractor trailers were approaching the scene. Southbound 2019 Kenworth T680, driven by a 41-year-old, was in the center lane, while a 2020 Volvo, being driven by a 24-year-old, was in the right lane. The Kenworth began moving into the right lane just as the Volvo was attempting to pass on the right. As a result, the Volvo's right side mirror collided with the parked Peterbilt's mirror, and the Volvo's trailer struck the driver standing on the side of the road. Obviously, the driver on the side of the road did not survive. None of the driver's identities have been disclosed, and no other information released. But you got to be careful out there on the interstates. Broken down on the side of the road. I don't care if it's law enforcement, first responders, someone with a flat tire. It happens way too often. All right, with that, let's see. We'll close out another segment here. Rolling into a Thursday. Hard to believe. Weekend is just around the corner here. If you want to jump on board, we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Welcome into November. November the 2nd coming on. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said today that a Republican plan to offer assistance to Israel is bound to fail in the Senate, citing what he called partisan poison pills within the bill.
Israel has suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. It needs help, but House Republicans are asking a price for helping them by cutting off funding that holds rich tax cheats accountable. That ain't happening, House.
Approximately 5,000 migrants from Central and South America are moving northward through Mexico, headed for the southern border. Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says caravans are a recurring situation, but they won't be allowed in if they make it.
89 to 90% of them don't have a right to get asylum. They're coming in because of economic reasons, or they want to join their family.
This caravan marks the largest since June of the previous year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, updates. Let's take you to the Bluegrass State, where you had an emergency declaration this past day from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who says one worker is confirmed deceased. A second remains trapped after a Kentucky coal plant collapsed with them inside. This was in Martin County. Governor said, please pray for the family and loved ones of this individual. Beshear had signed an executive order Wednesday declaring a state of emergency in Martin County following the collapse of a coal preparation plant, as they call it. 2 workers trapped inside, a number of teams working to rescue those individuals. That order mobilized state resources to help. He said, Kentucky, please join Brittany and me in praying for their safety, for these brave teams working to rescue them. More information as it becomes available. In a later update, he said, Kentucky, keep praying. But the scene is bad. We should be prepared for tough news out of Martin County. Kentucky's Attorney General said, we're monitoring the news out of Martin County, kind of explaining a coal preparation plant collapsed. Rescue efforts are underway. Now, this all began about late Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning at what they describe as a 10-story coal preparation plant. While these 2 were working inside, the coal preparation plant has actually been out of commission for a while, for several years, he explained. It's my understanding that the coal company sold it basically for scrap, and they were salvaging what they could get out of it. Sheriff said the project of preparing the structure for demolition has been ongoing for about 8 months now. They typically take these things down in sections. They fell them, they cut, torch, and bring them down in sections. We believe this is what happened. They didn't fall the way they had projected it would fall, and actually closed in around them. Building collapsed while the two were on the bottom floor, so they're under tons of rubble. The Pikeville Fire Department first to make contact with one of the workers. Responders from several agencies did not initially get in touch with the second, so this is a tedious rescue effort that they said could actually take several days. And I think that's why the governor's saying the odds of, the second individual surviving is pretty slim. So, update out of Kentucky. Hello, Eagle. Good morning. Hello, Eagle. Eagle. Are we awake? I take that to be a no, maybe a little snooze there. What do you say, Your Honor?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, so, anyways, I guess Eagle practiced a couple times last night for tonight then, right? So, all right. Anyway, so remember in the beginning of the week there, I told you that our local news channel here in Baltimore, the left-leaning local news there, they were going to put a thing on about electric vehicles, and it was kind of not sounding good for the electric vehicles.
The I-Team report. Yeah, so how'd that work out?
Yeah. Well, it worked out good for the electric vehicles, but they put a spin on it like all the left-leaning news always does. They put a spin on it, so they really didn't talk about the vehicles themselves. They were actually just went to vehicle fires and saying, trying to say, it's not a bad thing. There's more people getting the electric cars, and it's not a bad thing to have an electric vehicle. And they went to the state fire marshal or city fire marshal, whoever he was, and they said, well, how many electric vehicle fires are there, And he says, well, it's, a couple here, a couple there. And they said, now how many gasoline, internal combustion engine vehicles have fires? And he says, well, they pretty much happen every day of the week. So he made it sound like, the gasoline cars are burning up here left and right, and the electric cars are just once in a while. But they never said how many per 100 or how many per 1,000.
Based on percentage of vehicles.
Yeah, I didn't know. They did it like on a 1-to-1 comparison, and it's like, there's like 12 billion internal combustion engine vehicles out here on the highway that burn gasoline compared to 12,000 electric cars. The numbers, you're comparing apples to elephants. And the guy just kept spewing on, and then the next report's going to be, the electric, the batteries, the lithium-ion batteries, and they're talking about the small ones, that are in your hoverboard and your computer and stuff like that. And they say to always make sure you charge it with the charger that comes with it and unplug it when you. But they did not, isn't there one of those manufacturers out here that has stated to not park your car in the garage, your electric car in the garage, park it like 3 blocks away from your house because in case it catches on fire, you don't want to burn your house down. Now being a person that was involved with the fire service and still kind of am as a I don't know, what do you. Well, it's just kind of a supporter of the fire service at this point. I recommend that you don't park any vehicle in a garage for the same reason, Your Honor, especially the garages that are attached to your house, because and especially the ones where the garages are actually underneath, like the master bedroom of the house.
Yeah.
Because if your car catches on fire in the garage, starts on fire for any reason, fire normally burns up, Your Honor, and it starts to, and if you're sleeping above the car in the garage and it catches on fire, is not a good thing or a good place to be. But definitely don't park your electric vehicle in the garage. But it's just, you figure you're going to get a little bit of, a decent story. There's something to have a decent story, and it gets all spin, Your Honor. All spin, make the electric cars look good and all that. So, but anyways, last night you were talking there. You read the thing there about the Edison Motor Company, and I forget where he's at, up there in British Columbia way or something, Canada, and they're building their own electric trucks. And so, anyways. They're not just an electric truck. They're actually 100% fully electric, but they also have an onboard diesel generator. They have a Caterpillar C9 engine that runs a generator that, when there isn't enough sufficient electric in the batteries, it generates electricity and puts in the batteries so the truck can keep operating and hauling logs down the highway. So I actually posted one of his things over to your fan page there. But I've been following that for quite a while. It's been kind of an interesting progression watching them try to design and come up with ways that to make the vehicle actually work and everything. So it's really probably the closest thing to being fully operational of that type of situation, to use as an electric vehicle. And it it's not hybrid because it doesn't use the diesel engine in conjunction with the electric. It stays 100% electric operational, and the only time the diesel kicks in is when there isn't enough electric in the battery.
All right, because they used the story used the term hybrid, and that's what I was thinking along the lines of a hybrid, that when the battery gets low, that the actual internal combustion engine takes over for it. So this is a different concept.
Well, hybrid is when the electric can't produce enough power to do the job of going down. Like if you start uphill, you're pulling a boat with your truck, and you start going uphill, and the battery power isn't, just doesn't have the capability of pulling the boat up the hill. Then with a hybrid vehicle, then the gasoline actually, the gasoline engine actually comes in and adds power to the drive line, where this Edison Motor Company there, the diesel generator will not add power to it. The only thing, to the drive line, the only thing it does is it just, increases the amount of charge in the battery.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the difference of all electric compared to hybrid. The diesel does not do anything to, on the Edison to actually increase the power to make the vehicle move down the highway. So, but yeah, and if you watch a couple of his stuff there, it's kind of interesting. I don't know, I'd really like to be able to go see it, but he was saying something about being able to come to a truck show, to bring his truck to a truck show and show it off. And he was like, a space in a truck show is $40,000 to get one of those booths. It's like $40,000. And, to a small business that's trying to, be in operation, there isn't $40,000 extra money to do that. So he said he's going to be out on the lot there where you pay $50 to be on the lot, and he'll show it off out on the lot there and just pay $50 to park out in the parking lot. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what truck show he's able to get it to. I mean, if everything they're showing on the videos is actually there and working, then it's really not too far away from, that truck actually running the way it is. So, but anyways, I don't know what else we got. Probably not a whole lot there. Just just a normal Thursday out here, and I don't know. He just tried to watch some of the news and just gets disgusted with the news and that. And I hear on your news there that they're saying that the World Series isn't doing too good for the advertising people.
Yeah, low viewership. You don't have a Yankees or a Dodgers. You don't have those big city teams in there. Diamondbacks versus Rangers. Well, it's over now, but yeah.
Okay, did the Rangers actually win the game out there
yeah,
in
it was
Arizona?
5-0. Rangers are World Series champs. Yes, and so I'm at this time it's only 12:46 Central Time. I guarantee the party is going hard in the streets of Dallas.
Yeah. So anyways, the Texas Rangers, they were saying they had never had a World. Now, is the Texas Ranger team that just won this World Series, are they a regenerated team of the Texas Rangers? Because
all I know is they said first Rangers World Series in franchise history is the word.
All right, because I was can't ever keep up with all the name changing, because didn't the Houston Astros, didn't they end up being somebody else, and then they came back as the Houston Rangers from Houston Astros from somebody else? Weren't they like the Montreal Expos, and then they reincarnated the Houston Astros?
I don't know. I know the Astros went from the National League when I was a kid now to the American League, but that's totally
can't
keep
wrong
up with
too,
all that.
But the Montreal Expos they're gone away, right? So I think that team turned into something else. Kind of like how the Cleveland Browns there turned into the Baltimore Ravens, but now there's Cleveland Browns.
Correct.
Back.
Right.
I don't know. So if somebody can keep that scorecard all figured out there, I guess better luck to them than everybody else. But anyways, and I don't know. That's about all we got going for you. Kind of a clear, chilly night, like you said it was going to be, and they all the weather, AccuWeather God predictors we got in this area here, they say it's going to be down below freezing. So anybody that left anything outside, if you want to turn on your water spigot, your outside water spigot, if you left the water turned on to let it drip a little bit and not have it freeze.
Right.
And,
I don't much worry about it when it's. If it's 25, 28, I ain't much worried about the spigot. No, when it gets down to 0 and 10 below, that's when I get concerned. I don't know. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Here comes a Thursday. Glad to have you with us, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
you so much. Good to have you on board. I can't help but chuckle. I mentioned last evening, as we were closing out Halloween and making our way to that first day of November, I said, watch out. I mean, you should tune up and down your various radio dials around the country. I know of at least 2 stations in our market that have made the transition to Christmas music 24 hours a day. Former boss of mine a number of years ago, Daryl Parks. We're still friends on Facebook. He chimed in about this, sharing the story from Radio Insight. He said, here we go again. Stale radio stations bragging that they're doing something really fresh and original when it's been done for the past 30 years. At this point, the only thing we can do is pray for radio, because nothing else has worked since the mid-90s. He said, please bow your heads and join me in this plea. Dear Lord, I come to ask you today to guide radio. They're lost. They need your help in finding a clue. Please open their eyes and heart to the direction you want them to take for survival beyond poor programming and endless commercials every hour. Help them make wise decisions that will lead them closer to the path of longevity, not just focusing on the next 30 days, with the few local employees being just facilitators. Give them the strength and courage to preserve during these difficult times as bad ideas are crammed down from the corporate headquarters. Lead them with your truth and wisdom so we may live a life that brings glory to their name, not just the meaningless corporate brand that few people care about. He said that it can't hurt, but what he is referencing is, yes, the headline November 1. More and more November 1 becomes the unofficial start of the Christmas season, with well over a dozen stations already making that move to all Christmas. WMGA in West Virginia, Huntington, actually made the switch on October the 19th. Others following this past day. You've got Lexington, Kentucky. I'm not gonna go through the call letters and all that. But Fort Collins, Colorado, Portland, Oregon, Salina, Kansas, Bloomington, Illinois, Cincinnati, Ohio, Milwaukee, Buffalo, New York, Greenville, South Carolina, and the list goes on and on. Omaha, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Pensacola, Florida, Bend, Oregon. I mean, you're pretty much, I guess they're saving money, but there's still plenty of advertisers willing to spend while they're just playing Christmas music for the next 2 months. See what's going on with 5-7.
Yeah, and that Ford Fiesta is definitely going to have Christmas music in it because of my wife.
Well, I gotta admit, I got out of bed there. Actually, the night before Halloween, it was the 30th, and the princess was in there with the damn Hallmark Channel that's running their nonstop Christmas movies already.
For 3 months, we've been watching Christmas movies. Chicken soup for the soul.
Wow.
You know? Yeah, Hallmark. Yeah. Hey, whatever makes her happy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's good. It's feel good movies and such. Yeah, we can handle it. Just on your news feed, they mentioned that people don't mind buying houses that are haunted. You know, if they're at the right price.
Haunted house, yes.
Yeah, it's close enough to the season. I can admit it. Now, I told you earlier. And the only time I've ever seen anything is that little plastic twist thing for the blinds. And for no reason, I look up, because my wife's looking at it, I look up and it's sticking straight out and then it just drops. And I mean, I felt around, there's no breeze, nothing. we got out of that apartment 13. Well, we move into this house that I'm in now for 19 years. Well, I get in there, I'm painting it at night, and it goes, all of a sudden, kaboom! I mean, it sounded like somebody just took both hands and beat, just one time, hit the front door. Well, I run around there, open the door, there ain't nobody around. That just might be the house settling. I ain't worried about it. Well, I go, they're still working on it. The lady that sold us the house, her Uncle Wade, he was from West Virginia anyway. Sue was just joking about it. Said probably Uncle Wade's upset, making all kinds of noise, and she was laughing. Well, they needed a broom and a pan out of the living room closet, and Sue said it's over there. She walks over there, and she turns the knob. It's just a weak little, flimsy little door, She turns the knob, and she cannot get the knob to turn. She can't pull that door open for nothing. And then my wife gets up, walks over, and yells out, "Uncle Wade, stop that!" Reaches down, turns the knob, opens the door. That woman never come back in that house. I mean, she'd come out in the front yard, spend time out there. But
so she thought that is definitely a haunted house. All right, we got to pause there. Yeah, we close out another hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said today that a Republican plan to offer assistance to Israel is bound to fail in the Senate, citing what he called partisan poison pills within the bill.
Israel has suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. It needs help, but House Republicans are asking a price for helping them by cutting off funding that holds rich tax cheats accountable. That ain't happening, House. It ain't happening.
The proposal reduces funding for the IRS and omits aid for Ukraine. Schumer urged newly elected House Speaker Mike Johnson to engage in bipartisan negotiations with Democrats to craft a mutually agreeable package. Approximately 5,000 migrants from Central and South America are moving northward through Mexico, headed for the southern border. Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says caravans are a recurring situation, but they won't be allowed in if they make it.
89 to 90% of them don't have a right to get asylum. They're coming in because of economic reasons, or they want to join their family.
This caravan marks the largest since June of the previous year. Disney is set to acquire Comcast's remaining shares in Hulu. On Wednesday, Disney disclosed its plan to pay over $8 million to purchase Comcast's 33% stake in the streaming service by 2024. This acquisition will grant Disney almost complete ownership of Hulu. The American Cancer Society has updated its guidance urging millions more people to undergo lung cancer screening. The expanded recommendations now include older adults with a history of smoking, regardless of how long ago they quit. Previously, the society only advised annual screening for those who had quit within the past 15 years. Additionally, the criteria now included individuals with a 20-pack year history, down from the previous threshold of 30-pack years. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Space sharing company WeWork is reportedly planning to file for bankruptcy. A close source told Reuters that the filing could come as early as next week. Shares in WeWork fell 32% after the news broke. Early on Tuesday, WeWork said it entered into an agreement with creditors to temporarily postpone paying some of its debt. More Americans than ever have a side hustle. According to the latest survey from Pinger, 67% of Americans have a small business, do freelance work, or both, and 75% of those respondents say they work as an employee for another organization. Microsoft is rolling out a new AI package for Windows. Lance Pry has more.
Microsoft is rolling out its new artificial intelligence feature called Copilot. Microsofters say it can handle human-like text to answer questions and write emails, just like OpenAI's ChatGPT. On the PC, they claim it can open apps and turn on Bluetooth. The new feature is part of a major update to Microsoft Windows 11.
New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers says he still has a long way to go, but is hopeful he can return this season after his Achilles injury. He told the Pat McAfee Show Tuesday that he's not jogging yet, but can put legitimate weight on his leg. Rodgers does say his goal is to return this season, but Jets general manager Joe Douglas won't speculate on that. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, rolling into a Thursday, time zone to time zone. Welcome in. Hope your week's going well. We can indeed start looking toward the weekend, because technically we call this Friday Eve, right? All right, gradually the picture begins to become a bit clearer, as many of us have been asking the question, how did the intelligence community, the vast United States and Israeli intelligence communities, so greatly miss the mark, not seeing the preparations of October 7th unfolding? The latest report from the Wall Street Journal says U.S. intelligence agencies virtually disregarded Hamas and other Palestinian terror groups in the years following the September 11 attacks on this country. Instead, the focus was on leaders of Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Many reports in the past several weeks have asked that question: how Israeli U.S. intelligence failed to discover what was planned. Current and former U.S. officials said intelligence agencies had a handful of analysts tracking events in the Gaza before the attacks, but the U.S. has pretty much ceded the responsibility for monitoring Hamas to Israel. According to yesterday's report, in terms of intelligence failures, which really do lie mostly on Israel, I think we should also share some blame for missing the event. So says a retired CIA operations officer with extensive counterterrorism experience. Ceding the target to the Israelis now looks to have been a bad idea, and it had consequences. Now, Israelis' intelligence services have relied on human intelligence, eavesdropping, and other technical means throughout the West Bank and Gaza. It's almost inconceivable how they missed, he says. Now, soon after the Hamas attack on Israel, the Washington Post, David Ignatius wrote an opinion column with the headline, "Hamas attack is an intelligence failure that may take Israel years to unravel." True intelligence failures result not simply from a lack of information, but also the inability to understand it. Israelis knew of the hatred that animated Hamas and its backers in Iran. What they didn't appreciate was the creativity and the competence of their adversaries. This was a level of organized malice that was literally unthinkable. Even Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu blamed the security failures on the country's defense and intelligence services. And that was a post on X. And shortly thereafter, he deleted that post. But members of the Likud party said Israel needs to focus on defeating Hamas before we get all tied up trying to analyze what went wrong. I mean, got to focus on the situation at hand. And get back and finish up with 5-7. And room for you at 844-844-3388. There we go, 5-7.
Like Chuck Schumer said in his last news feed, they're not going to pass or fund the Israel situation because the House funded IRS. And that way the Democrats can't keep making their war on the mega conservatives and trying to destroy the income and weaken the people that don't agree with them. So obviously there wasn't a whole lot of mega people in Israel. Obviously, they didn't pay attention to the oil embargo for Iran, so they let them build money. So, you know what? Russia's in that mess too. They're not. The intelligence agency says if you do it this way, they won't know. So I think there's more into that story, and we'll find out, I guess. Interesting, a news reel from yesterday. Josh Hawley was questioning Mayorkas, and Mayorkas is sitting there, and he said, "You've got somebody right on your staff that's from that's her page is from the river to the sea. Do you understand what that means?" Mayorkas said, he starts talking about something else. Never answers the man's question. He always tries to just throw your point out there, which has absolutely nothing to do to answer the oversight from the American people. And finally, he said, "Have you fired her? Have you fired her?" Finally, he said, you're making him look like an idiot. And then he said, "Well, she's on administrative leave." In other words, she's getting money for nothing from the American taxpayer. And then can I say something now? Said, I'm a child of a Holocaust survivor. Okay, I didn't know that. Now it's even worse. He's with the administration, a child of a Holocaust survivor, and his party has the squad that has been absolutely turning against Israel. And not only that, Josh Hawley did ask him earlier about, do you know who's coming across the border? See, they're not illegals anymore. If they go on this app on their phone, and all they got to do is put in some kind of some kind of information on it. And by the way, Josh Hawley kept saying, "All right, now when do they have an interview? When do you get to actually talk to them and find out why are they here?" And it doesn't have anything to say about amnesty. All you've got to do is type that in, come through the border, show this, and you're gone. So, Josh Hawley was basically saying how many people are coming in this country to hurt people. In other words, anti-Jewish people, anti-American people, death to America. And so, I don't know if he was trying to just justify himself for being, trying to tie into his Jewish ties, then all I got to say is how many people in 1933 that was Jewish voted for Hitler? Because the Nazi party at the time looked like the only ones that could stabilize the country where you could do business. That's a question I need to look up. But doggone, I'll tell you what, Josh Hawley is going after it. Obviously, Chuck Schumer, all that mess, we got what we wanted. They're cutting the funding to the IRS. You can see,
as Schumer said, though, it's basically, is it not a waste of time? Johnson's going to bring it to the House floor. It may very well pass in the House. It's not going to go anywhere in the Senate. We're just we're wasting time on getting funds to Israel. But
well, that's what the American people wanted. That's what we voted for. And they put the power in the House to control the money. Now it's in Chuck Schumer's hands now. And the power of the House has worked its way. It's not, you don't go to McCarthy anymore to rubber stamp, here's all the money. Now they got to break it up and they got to be responsible for it. It's in Schumer's hands and eventually the president. So that's what the American people voted for. Just have to look at Israel and say, talk to Schumer. So other than that, by the way, I'll be off tomorrow. I'm going to try to catch a show. Got to take my wife to another doctor.
All right.
All
right. You can't call in from down there in the middle of the swamp in South Carolina. All right. In hearing what Schumer's trying to say, you're trying to take money that's going to go after the The tax cheating rich and elite is the way he's putting it. If you'll remember, they had $80 billion being given to the IRS in that, whatever that bill was last year. See, I've got it in the mix here. Now, they're talking $14.3 billion for Israel. Take that out of the $80 billion. You'd still have $65 billion for the IRS, right? Mike Johnson said yesterday he's going to hold a vote on this stand-alone Israel bill, despite the Congressional Budget Office saying that it would actually increase the federal deficit. Now, how does that figure? Now, this is the first major legislative action under Johnson. The bill was unveiled Monday. It's $14.3 billion for Israel, taking that from $80 billion that had been appropriated for IRS funding. That $80 billion new. The House could vote on the bill as soon as today, but as we know, it's unlikely to become law. The Democrat-controlled Senate said it ain't going to happen. And then, of course, Biden has already threatened to veto the bill if it were to pass the Senate. The Democrats and some Republicans, they say, oppose the plan, choosing instead to support Biden's request for the full $106 billion for Ukraine, Israel, humanitarian aid to help push back against China in the Indo-Pacific, and, quote, money for border security, which we shared earlier, that it's nothing to do with border security. It's all about just making it easier to process these hundreds of thousands that are coming in monthly. Yeah, Johnson voted against aid to Ukraine before he became Speaker of the House. Josh Hawley said he told a group of senators at a lunch meeting this past day that he does support some money for Ukraine, but just not combined with Israel's aid. Now, here's what the supposedly nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office said this past day. They said, if you cut the IRS funds, that's going to add nearly $30 billion to the budget deficit. I said, well, how does that work? Johnson said, we don't put a whole lot of credence in what the CBO says. Essentially, what the Congressional Budget Office is saying, funds being appropriated to the Internal Revenue Service gives them additional auditing capabilities. And for every dollar supposedly that we give to the IRS, it comes back twofold. So if you take $15 billion away, you're losing $30 billion in revenue that the IRS would otherwise have been able to generate. I mean, it's shuffled in the numbers. There's no guarantee, but that's the way they like to juggle things in D.C. But we shall return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's do a quick search. See if we can find anything on the celebration in Dallas, right? With the World Series victory. Take you to the local NBC affiliate in Dallas-Fort Worth, which says history has been made in the world of baseball as the Texas Rangers secured their place as the 2023 World Series champs. Fans have waited 50 years for a championship. Now they finally get to celebrate a World Series win. What better way to celebrate than with a parade? So we already have the schedule here. Per the Arlington Police, the parade will take place this Friday, November the 3rd. According to the tweet from the Arlington Police after the game this past evening, Arlington will take the honor of hosting the championship parade. Now, they're not given the timing and whatnot, but I'm sure that'll be a big day in Dallas, Arlington, Texas, right? I don't know. Is it going to be like a ticker tape parade? Big time celebration, but there you go. Congratulations to the Rangers. All right, let's try Eagle once again here. All right.
Hello?
Yeah, all right. You're with us, Eagle. Welcome.
Yeah, I fell asleep first call. But yeah, I'm wide awake right now, brother. Yeah, I gotta do some driving tomorrow morning. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, oh yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I'm in a bad cell area, so I don't know if the phone cut off. I may have to call you back. But yeah, it's pretty cold out here where I'm at right now, Steve. Yeah, it's pretty cool outside tonight over here. I'm over here in Tennessee, close to Nashville, so yeah, it's like in the 30s, high 30s, low 40s, so it ain't too bad. But I gotta roll over here to Pennsylvania. Yeah, I gotta be there by Friday, so deliver this load. Then head back to Texas from there. Yeah, we got a couple more weeks before Thanksgiving. Yeah, did you ever check any of those prices for the turkeys this year?
Yeah, I did share that you might have dozed off, but yeah, I mean, it looks like turkey prices are actually supposed to be down from last year. They got the turkey flock rebuilt up. It was nearly 19 million birds had to be culled with that avian flu last year. So yeah, the prices should be. They're saying it should be like $1.27 a pound this year. Last year it was like $1.79 a pound.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought the price was going to be a little bit higher this year because these different things they got going on. With the war and other things they got going on in the U.S. It's inflation. So I thought they would use it as another excuse to take money out of people's pocket, But yeah, Steve, like I told you earlier this week, there's gonna be a lot of people that's not gonna have a Thanksgiving. Everywhere I go now, Steve, I'm seeing a whole bunch of homeless people. There's a lot of people that's living on the street. They can't afford to live in these high-dollar apartments or houses nowadays. And yeah, I see a lot of people sleeping in their cars. When you go to the truck stop, Steve. If you go up to the front of the parking lot where the cars park at, if you just walk through the parking lot, you'll see people got everything they own inside the car, and you know, because you can sleep at the truck. You can sleep at the truck stop, don't have to worry about, you know, getting run off. Most truck stops won't mess with people like that, as long as they ain't causing no problems. But yeah, you see a lot of people that's down on their luck, you know, sleeping in their cars, you know, at the truck stops nowadays. It's real bad, you know, with Joe Biden. You know, you go out there to California, Steve. I seen that on the TV a couple of weeks ago. They got like a long line of caravans of RVs, and people are living in RVs, and they just park out on the street. Huh?
Yeah, thousands of them. Yeah.
Yeah, thousands of them. People sleeping in a damn RV because they can't afford to pay the. California is ridiculous anyway. How much money it costs to live there, but most people are evacuating. You know, most people are evacuating California. Only people dumb enough to stay there is a lot of these immigrants. You know, that's coming in the country. A lot of immigrants out there in California. But like I said, I haven't been out there in a long time. But yeah, it's really a sad situation what's going on in America, Steve. I never thought I'd see this country in this position that we're in right now. It's not looking good, Steve. You notice you don't hear me, you notice the last couple of weeks you don't hear me talking about Donald Trump as much as I used to. They trying to take Donald Trump totally out of the picture, man. This last judge that he got in this case that Trump has, the one where the judge was laughing when he went in the courtroom. This guy here is really trying to stick it to Donald Trump, Steve. He's gave him a gag order and he took $10,000 out of his pocket last week for he said Trump had done something wrong. They try to, even though Trump is number one man, you know, for the Republicans right now, it's not looking good for him to get into the White House. I think they really gonna drop the heat. They already dropping the heat on him, you know. But I think come January the 1st next year, they really gonna put the heat on Donald Trump. But they gonna totally try to take him out of the picture. So I, you know, like I said, I try to tell people, you know, Steve, I haven't, I said some bad things about, you know, the governor of Florida, but I still believe that he would still be a good man. You know, he has some good things he said that might actually work in the way.
Right. But hey, we're up to the bottom of the hour news break, though. So we pause and we return after this.
USA News Update. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer said today that a Republican plan to offer assistance to Israel is bound to fail in the Senate, citing what he called partisan poison pills within the bill.
Israel has suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. It needs help, but House Republicans are asking a price for helping them by cutting off funding that holds rich tax cheats accountable. That ain't happening, House.
Approximately 5,000 migrants from Central and South America are moving northward through Mexico, headed for the southern border. Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says caravans are a recurring situation, but they won't be allowed in if they make it.
89 to 90% of them don't have a right to get asylum. They're coming in because of economic reasons, or they want to join their family.
This caravan marks the largest since June of the previous year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where we leave off there. Hello to Brian, who says, good evening, all the listeners out there. Good to have you with us. Fergie is on board. Good morning, Steve. 30 degrees in Pleasant Lake, Michigan this early Thursday. Then there's Daniel checking in from Ritzville, Washington. Light rain, 38 at this hour. It's kind of a rainy night in the Pacific Northwest. That's going to be the trend in the coming days. Let me get back. Let Eagle have an opportunity to finish up here.
Hello?
Yeah, welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, hello? Okay. Yeah, I heard you talking and you stopped talking. But yeah, Steve, man, I still got the governor of Florida as my backup, just in case Donald Trump is taken out of the picture in next year. Like I said, some of these I better not say that word. But yeah, some of these states, Steve, I've been hearing a lot of these idiots are trying to have this so-called, I think it's chapter 14 deal. They still, even though Donald Trump wasn't convicted of trying to cause the insurrection, you got some of these states talking about they're not going to put Donald Trump on the ballot,
right?
To vote for 24. Like I said, they shouldn't be allowed to get away with that. Donald Trump wasn't convicted of a damn thing when it comes to that. In any state that, if anybody lives in a state where they're talking about doing that, they ought to be raising all kind of hell and protesting it. If you support Donald Trump, there's no reason why Donald Trump's name shouldn't be on a ballot, on every ballot in America. The man didn't do nothing wrong. As far as I'm concerned. Now, you know what I want to know, Steve. I keep seeing these polls on TV. I told you about these polls back in 2020, these fake bogus polls. I want to know, Steve. I want to know who this 47 and 48% is that support Joe Biden. That's what I want to know. Who are these people? They keep saying that Donald Trump and Biden are running neck and neck for the white. If they had a vote, it would be 47, 48, somewhere around in there. I want to know who these people are. Do you know who these people are, Steve? Who this 47 or 48 is that support Joe Biden? Because I don't know who they are. Everybody I talk to say that they don't want nothing to do with Joe Biden.
I think
who are these people?
I think that's probably because you're probably much like me. Most of my friends and associates would be considered conservative. I mean, but they're out there. Trust me. I mean, you've got the never Trumpers, and some of those would even be on the Republican side, and the independents. No matter what, they're not going to vote for Trump. And I guess if it comes down to the question of A or B, Biden or Trump. If they say they're not going to vote for Trump, they're going to support Biden.
Yeah. That's what's really sickening about the whole deal, Steve. Is like you say, these never Trumpers. No matter what Joe Biden does, he can take the country completely down the drain. They don't care about the high gas prices, the high food prices, the wars that we might get involved in. They can't see none of this. They still not going to support Donald Trump. They like I said, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. You would think these people would want to see a future for their family. And if Joe Biden gets back in the White House, Steve, there is no future. There is no future for nobody's family if Joe Biden gets back in 24. I don't know, Steve. If Joe Biden gets in 24, I'm just going to be completely devastated. I ain't going to lie to you. It hurt me in 2020 when this man got in. I don't think I can take another 4 years of him. I really don't. I don't think I can take another 4 years of Joe Biden, Steve. It's going to be completely heartbreaking if this man get back in. At this point, it's just disgusting what I see going on. And not even talking about the man's health problems, Steve. Why would you vote for? Why would these people vote for a man that clearly has dementia, and the man has to be helped off the stage? He's reading right off the teleprompter, whatever they tell him. If he can manage to read that, he can barely walk up a flight of steps on the Air Force One. It's just what more do these people have to see? Why would you even want to vote for a man like that? So that's why I asked you who are these people, and they ought to be ashamed. I guess they would want to be anonymous. I don't think I would want nobody to know I was voting for Joe Biden in 24 either. So I think I'd keep that to myself, because if somebody tells me that, I'd probably break out laughing at them right in their face. So I guess they would want to remain anonymous. I noticed a couple of them losers that used to call your show a couple of weeks ago, Douglas and the other guy. They don't call in no more. I guess they realized that they were embarrassing themselves when they called in support of Biden. And they said, we better call in somebody else's radio program. But, yeah, Steve, we'll see how it turns out in the next couple of weeks. They even trying to turn Trump's family against him. And now they're trying to get Trump's family to go to court and testify against his daughter and his two or three other sons. It's really sickening. They're trying to turn his man's own family on him. So, like I said, I hope God bless Donald Trump. I know Donald Trump is the best man for the White House, and unfortunately, he might not be able to get back in, and it's really a travesty if he doesn't get back in. So all I can do, that's why everywhere I go, Steve, that's one good thing about being a truck driver, is I go to a lot of different, I'm kind of like a campaigner. I go from city to city. Everybody I talk to, the same thing I'm telling you right now. I tell people at the truck stops, hey, you need to wake up and realize that Trump is the better option for you your family in 24. And, you know, I tell them to listen to your show too, because there's a lot of people out there that listen to your show, and they can get a lot of people to try to get Trump to support too. Because truck drivers, you know, like I said, we go to different places, so we need to try to get as much support for Trump as we can, because I made a lot of money when Trump was in the White House, and I want to continue making money. And if Biden's in the White House, you already see how that's going to turn out. But like I say, Steve, you know, you do a good job on your show, and I'm glad we got you because you're a whole lot better option. I think you told me last week, Steve, that you're going to be on the radio in San Antonio, Texas. And I think your show replaced those losers that's on Red Eye Radio. I think Red Eye Radio was on in San Antonio, because when I drove through there a couple of times, I heard that rated the losers on the radio. So hopefully your show will replace them guys.
There's a number of stations in San Antone, but the affiliate in San Antone, that's AM 930 KLUP, San Antone, Terrell Hills. Yeah, they're on with us now. So 9:30 a.m. Yeah. That's the one that. I think they got rid of Red Eye Radio, because I used to listen to them when I drove through Santa. Because if you ever listen to Red Eye, you think I fall asleep on your show, Steve. You want to go to sleep, just take a listen to those guys. Take a listen to that guy's show one night, and I promise you, it's like a sleeping pill, like a bottle of NyQuil. You listen to the Red Eye Radio. I promise you'll go to sleep. And I thank you for taking my call tonight. All right, there you go. Yeah, KLUP, 9:30 a.m., San Antone. Good to have you on board. They actually started Monday of this week. And I actually spoke to Josh here a few hours ago, and we've got several other up-and-coming potentials here in the coming days, some which may be starting as soon as maybe tonight's program. Don't have all the details, but I got an affiliate coming on board out of Warren, Ohio. That's like Youngstown area, Warren, Ohio. Joliet, Illinois. Maybe Walla Walla, Washington. Yeah, growing things here. So, just got that news here a few hours ago. Thank you so much. All right, Wreath Across America. Hard to believe. Halloween's in the books. November the 2nd coming on, which means the holidays are upon us. And Wreaths Across America kicking off their annual, what they call Escort to Arlington Veterans Parade, the country's largest parade for veterans. They'll kick it off this year, Saturday, December the 9th. The official route will travel down the East Coast from Maine to Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Washington, D.C., along the route, stopping at schools, memorials, and other locations to remember the fallen, honor those who serve, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. The press release just come out. These locations will have public events hosted by Wreaths Across America before they arrive at the Arlington National Cemetery on Saturday, December the 16th this year. They'll arrive in the morning hours. That will be the National Wreaths Across America Day. Cemeteries all over the country. Participants for this year's Escort to Arlington will include Gold Star families, including the current national president of American Gold Star Mothers, Pamela Stemple. Also Blue Star families, volunteers, and veterans representing many eras and veteran service organizations, the American Legion, the American Disabled American Veterans, the VFW Auxiliary, members of the Patriot Guard Riders and Patriot Riders, and law enforcement from departments across Maine and other states along that route will provide escort to ensure safe transport for all the participants. And like the 8 years before, the Chevrolet has generously provided 12 wrapped escort vehicles that will be seen transporting participating Gold Star families and veterans during this week-long trip and celebration there. So it's all coming together. In addition to the wrapped vehicles, Chevrolet is sponsoring 4,000 veterans' wreaths for placement at Arlington National Cemetery. Yeah, along with the escort vehicles headed to Arlington, we will witness 13 tractor trailers that represent multiple transportation companies. We know Baylor Trucking, Bud Van Lines, Saga LTL, and Prime, to name a few. Load One carriers will once again serve as the commercial wreath transporter for that week in December. It'll be here before we know it. All right, we got Brother Rambler coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Several other interesting updates we'll be bringing your way as we continue on into a Thursday morning. This is the push. When it comes to the brokers, right? Word is, if drivers have to be federally regulated by hours of service rules, brokers should be required to pay drivers for time lost waiting to pick up freight because it ends up making the roads less safe. That's the argument of a group of owner-operators and small trucking companies as the FMCSA plans to study a new study on the effects of driver detention time on the road and trucking operations. So, again, more on that coming up here. Promise we get to Brother Rambler this Thursday. Good morning, Rambler.
Uh-oh.
We got you.
All right, Steve. Can you? All right. I didn't know because, man, I've had a good signal, and then right till you go to me, and I'm starting to drop off. Can you hear me, brother?
We got you for the moment. Yes, sir.
All right. Silver bells.
Oh, no.
Silver bells. It's Christmas time. You know what? You can add Mobile, Alabama to that list. Mobile's on 99.9. Mobile Soft Rock has now switched to Christmas music as well.
Yeah.
From November 1st all the way to December 31st. But so I got to address something. I want to know who the smart aleck was. I was off Monday and Tuesday, and I had a home project going on. And Steve, I sent my wife to the hardware store, and one of your listeners took a picture of her. She was over in the section where they sell the screws.
Yeah.
And somebody took a picture of my wife. Yeah. Someone took a picture of my wife and put it on your fan page. And I ain't too very happy about it. I already don't like the way she dresses going out.
And I was like, honey, you don't need to dress like that. Going, all you're doing is drawing attention to yourself.
Well, good Lord. I mean,
but that's what she likes to wear.
I apologize. I apologize. I disregard the comment that it was chilly there in Home Depot.
All right, you are forgiven, kind sir. You are forgiven, kind sir. Yes, sir. If you don't know what we're talking about, mosey on over. If you're new to the show, if you're with one of our terrestrial radio affiliates, like the station down there in San Antonio, we welcome you in. Mosey on over to the Steve Summers fan page. There's two of them. There's a Steve Summers fan page and the other Steve Summers fan page for outlaws and outcasts. Mosey on over, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about there. Quick shout out to Kentucky Ken. Prayers going out for him, Steve.
Yeah,
he's got some health issues.
He
just got a big award, you know.
I've seen him posting that he's been seeing the doctor and that he got referred to a surgeon later this week, but I have no idea what he's going through, what it's all about. So I like to say, prayers for Kentucky Ken.
Yes, I mean, and he just come off a phenomenal tour with he was hauling concert equipment for concert shows. He just got a major award, which I'm very happy for him. But not only Kentucky Ken, we got old Miss Millie, our own Kentucky gal. She's got some health issues. Pauline and Martha Jett, they've got health issues, and I know several others have got health issues. I think Rick Friend, his mother Paulette, and his girlfriend Corina have got health issues. So, we're just praying for a lot of folks, Steve. We really are. And, the Christmas season, as I like to call it, I hate it when they say holidays. No, it's Christmas season. And, Steve, we may not know exactly when Jesus Christ was born, but I thank God I live in a country to where we at least observe a day to where we can celebrate the birth of our blessed Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So, and I'm just happy about that. So, I don't want to get into the debate. Well, he was born in August. Well, he was born in April. Look, the fact of the matter is he was born of a virgin. Praise God. He had a 3.5-year ministry. He came. He did what he was sent here to do. That's heal the sick, raise the dead, make the lame walk, receive the blind sight, sight to the blind, and set the captives free. We preached over the weekend. We talked about why was Barabbas set out of prison, and then you had John the Baptist. He was a good, righteous man. Jesus Christ called him, Steve, the most recognizable and the best prophet out of all the prophets, and yet he was beheaded for just going to Herod and saying, hey, you can't take your brother's wife, Herodias, as your own. All he did was tell the truth. So why was he not let out of prison for being innocent? And yet you got a murderer. The Bible lists in the book of Luke as Barabbas as a murderer. God, surely you could be the most disgustingest sinner there is. Jesus Christ loves you. And you're not going to burst into flames for going into God's house. At least if you come into Determined Ministries Church, I guarantee you, I have a fire extinguisher right there. And that fire extinguisher is called the Holy Ghost, man. It really is. And you just come on into Determined Ministries Church. We welcome you, no matter how dirty and how filthy your rags of unrighteousness are. You're welcome, man, because we want to get you saved and get you pointed in the right direction, Steve. Praise God for that. Congratulations to the Texas Rangers on winning the World Series. I'm happy about that. Not so happy because I wish the Atlanta Braves were there. And let us not forget, we got LSU marching into Tuscaloosa. That is going to be a hard-fought, tough game. LSU ruined our chances for the playoffs last year. Our team has not forgotten about that. And happy belated birthday to the GOAT, Nick Saban, 72 years old. Looks good for a 72-year-old man. And I can't believe that Mookie Gouger's fan base for Clemson is wanting to throw Dabo Swinney out of Clemson. I mean, my God, the man won 2 national championships for you, and he's had an off season. They're wanting to fire him, but yeah, I guess that's the way of the world these days, Steve. They just don't, they forget about what you're doing, and hey, it's like, well, we don't care what you did back then. What have you done for me now? That's why I laugh whenever you say, well, I'm back on the radio in San Antonio when that moron idiot thought he got the better of you. And so, well, I got him off the radio. Well, guess what? He's back, baby. So, and we're back too. Steve, I know you're coming up on the hour. I'm so happy to be here, God's children. I'm happy that you're back with us, Steve, and I'm looking forward to many years of good radio programming and good shows and good news and having all these new callers call up. And like I said, if you're listening to us on terrestrial radio out of San Antonio, Warren, Ohio, and I love it when you said Joliet. That's a suburb of Chicago.
Yes, it
Steve.
is. Yes.
So you're going to be on in a major city with millions of people in Joliet, Illinois. So praise God for that, man. So with that being said, call up, be a first-time caller, get yourself that free $60 voucher that you can use at HotShotSecret.com for any Hot Shot Secret product. All you need to be is a first-time caller. And God, children, remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and I'll call in another time, Steve. God bless you, brother.
All right. Have a great morning, and thanks for checking in. Safe travels. All right. So you had a little home renovation project going the last couple of days. Indeed, we do close out another hour, so that means we're rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. We'll welcome you into a Thursday. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A caravan with thousands of migrants is coming to the southern U.S. border.
Approximately 5,000 migrants from Central and South America are moving northward through Mexico, headed for the southern border. Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says caravans are a recurring situation, but they won't be allowed in if they make it.
89 to 90% of them don't have a right to get asylum. They're coming in because of economic reasons, or they want to join their family.
This caravan marks the largest since last June, with Mexican police providing an escort and ensuring the highway remains accessible. I'm John Schaefer.
Earlier today, Donald Trump Jr. gave testimony in his father's civil fraud trial. He faced questions regarding his involvement in his father's financial statements. The New York Attorney General contends that Trump's statements were exaggerated to secure more advantageous loans. Eric, Ivanka, and former President Trump will testify in the near future. The Federal Reserve has once again decided to pause interest rate hikes. This marks the second consecutive time they've kept rates steady following 11 previous hikes, including 4 this year.
Today, we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Given how far we have come, along with the uncertainties and risks we face, the committee is proceeding carefully.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the committee expressed increased optimism about the economy and job market despite ongoing inflation concerns. Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey claims that the state Democratic Party was responsible for covering the expenses of events he attended in 2018 and 2019. According to a report obtained by Politico from Public Records, taxpayers footed a $12,000 bill for the governor's attendance at events held at MetLife Stadium, including a Taylor Swift concert, a hip-hop festival, and New York Jets game. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
UAW workers at Ford Motor Company have begun voting on a tentative agreement with the automaker. The 24-hour period to vote on the deal began this morning. UAW locals across the nation will do so. Ford was the first of the Detroit 3 auto companies to reach a deal with the union. A pilot who allegedly threatened to shoot his flight captain is being indicted. According to the Department of Transportation, a federal grand jury in Utah indicted Jonathan Dunn over the August 2022 incident. The disagreement happened when the captain wanted to divert the flight because of a passenger's medical emergency. The pilot was legally carrying a firearm with him. According to the Inspector General, Dunn was charged with interference with a flight crew, a felony that carries up to 20 years in prison. Would you buy a house that you knew was haunted?
Turns out most people would. A new Zillow survey found that 67% of people in the market to buy a house would absolutely purchase one that was haunted, as long as it was in good condition, a good location, and it was affordable, or maybe it had some other big appeal. Some people actually want a home that has ghosts. Nearly 30% say they were more likely to buy a house if it was labeled as haunted. I'm Corey Myers.
Forecasters are keeping an eye on a disturbance in the Eastern Caribbean. If it does form, it will be named Vince. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Or welcome aboard. And we were just talking about some of our new affiliates. This is the hour Monday through Friday, where for about a week now, WMIC, AM and FM Sandusky, Michigan, join us, the voice of the thumb. Good to have you with us. Sergeant MacGyver checks in as we kick off another hour here. What's going on, Sarge? There we are.
Steve,
yes,
how
sir.
you doing?
Doing well.
Afraid I'd lost you. Sorry about that. Okay, so I hadn't been in touch again. My apologies. I had a new phone, and no matter what you try to do, when you switch over all these apps, you always got to go back to opening every app and go through that nonsense of restarting things. But anyway, congratulations on the expansion, the new affiliates. That's awesome. I want to ask you, November 1st obviously comes, and you tell me, but I haven't heard anything else about Greg Kelly's prediction on someone holding some serious damning evidence as in an audio recording. Have you heard anything else about that?
I quite honestly have not heard a thing. I mean, there's been some further developments. I knew there was a Freedom of Information Act request that they've garnered from the archives, I think 82,000 emails where Joe Biden was using fake names or surnames back in his vice presidential days. Yesterday, they unveiled yet another, I think this was a $40,000 check paid from not his brother, but it's another Biden family member. That was on top of a $200,000 check they unveiled a week or two ago, but nothing about any of the audio stuff, nothing.
Yeah, I'd ask because, like I said, I hated to see the 1st of November come and not hear anything else about it because roughly a month ago, Greg Kelly had said that it was going to come out by Halloween, but I don't know, maybe whoever's sitting on this information saw the fiasco in the House and them not having a speaker. Of course, we knew Kevin McCarthy, he was slow walking everything and doing backdoor deals with Nancy Pelosi. He just a rhino. I wasn't impressed when they selected him anyway, but that's typically what you get. I'm more positive that Mike Johnson will do a better job, at least to try to put some kind of real impeachment forward. But let me move on to a couple of things. Monkey Gouger, of course, you probably remember him and our birthday, even though he's got me by a couple of years. Our birthdays are like the one right behind the other in June there, and I think of him often. I'm so glad that he's back. I'm so glad that he didn't punch out. I had a devastating accident in October 2019. I don't go telling my business to everybody, but basically what had happened was I had coughed, passed out the wheel, and my truck was unrepairable. Thankfully, I was only down for a month. I had a couple of broken ribs, but the seat belt absolutely saved my life, and he's spot on about that. And I did. I went through the same thing. Am I done with this? Am I going to, do something else? But anyway, we all go through that. But God bless Monkey Gouger, and all the best to him and his family. And one more piece, and then I'll shut up and get off here and let somebody else, a more intelligent conversation, get on here. The Sundance Kid, God bless him. I've got a solution to his dilemma. I could get him in and out of there in 2 hours or less. It'd probably take him more work to haul the gold up than to get to it with my solution. I've got the tool. I've got the handheld tools, and it's not free. So he's welcome to call you and ask you for my phone number. He can text me, he can call me, but I got a solution for him.
Really?
It's not free, and it costs him a percentage.
Ah,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a percentage.
That's why they call me Sergeant MacGyver. I can fix just about anything, except for broken marriages. Steve, thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you much, Sergeant MacGyver. Good to have you with us here. You can fix anything. Anything but broken marriages. All right. That makes sense. All right, let me quickly jump to a Yellow update. Yellow Corporation getting closer to getting rid of what they call the rolling stock after the bankruptcy court approved plans for auctioneers. Last week, a court order permits Ritchie Brothers auctioneers to begin the process of selling off trucks and trailers owned by Yellow. The order includes more than 900 pages of inventory, they say. According to the order, Ritchie Brothers has exclusive rights to sell Yellow's rolling stock if gross proceeds are less than $475 million. The auctioneer will receive a 9.25% fee. That increases to 10% with proceeds up to $600 million, 12.5% with proceeds more than $600 million, up to $800 million, and 15.5% with proceeds exceeding $800 million. According to the Reuters report, Yellow owns about 11,700 tractors, 34,800 trailers, not including other leased vehicles. Well, if we had to put a wager on it, let me see. Braindead's going to be loving this. What do you think? Are we going to get the 475 mil, or is it going to be closer to 800 mil?
I would guess probably about 100 mil, Steve.
Okay.
The sad part is there ain't no bills in my pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if the leasing company has already got all the trucks bagged, there's not 11,000 trucks. There's more of about about 7,000 or 8,000 to begin with. So I don't know where they get these numbers of 11,000 trucks. I mean, please, somebody, I think we're using that Bidenomics math again. I mean, we just take the ruler and just slide it around a little bit. Because, all the trucks they had were 10 years old, and the only people that are going to take them are down in Mexico, or the ones that will take the engine, transmission, and rear ends, rebuild them, and send them out to different companies to make glider kits out of. Mm-hmm. That's about the only thing really they're going to do with any of that. I mean, honestly, I don't know who comes up with these figures, but the one thing that they're missing is my paycheck and the figures on it. That's the sad part, Steve. I mean, good gravy. I tell you, Steve, we've known each other for many, 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 many years. I go back 25 years in the industry. Do you ever remember of hearing any kind of company closure being this messed up?
There's been a couple of ugly ones, but nothing. I guess this would probably take the cake. Yeah, this has got to top the list.
Yeah, because Arrow, remember Arrow closed, but their conditions was, about the worst that I've ever seen. They closed the week of Christmas, and they stranded drivers all out the country, but their equipment was able to be resold. And, the thing about us though is we're still trying to get everything done and closed, and I don't understand it, Steve. But hey, hold a second. No. Hold him down a little tighter, Eskimo Mom. Hold him down. Oh, you missed a good after party, Steve. After the Halloween party we just got done cleaning up.
Yeah.
We're trying to help Gilligan get untucked. We're trying to get Gilligan. Oh, what is it? No. Hold his arms down, dingbat. You gotta get a little tighter on those arms. He's gonna wiggle away. Dang it! But yeah, I mean, we're having a hard time getting Gilligan untucked over here. I mean, not only did he use Gorilla Tape, he used Gorilla Tape, but he also used Gorilla. Oh, Heatwave, don't pull that hard. Dang it! Steve, this is getting bad over here. I mean, it looks like we got Chewbacca's family over here. So much hair we pulled out of different places that I didn't even know existed on him. But hold on a second. I've got to get alert to get this dump truck in here, Steve. Let me holler at you tomorrow night.
All right, yeah. Good luck with that. Get him untucked. There was another little piece in regard to the yellow thing, but I didn't even share it because Brain Dead would have been laughing his ass off if I shared that. John Bendel wrote a little opinion piece because we did touch. On Halloween we got the news that yellow may rise from the dead, right? Appropriate on Halloween. Now, of course, they were using the headline, "It's a long shot." Yeah, by all accounts, if that was ever an understatement. Car carrier Jack Cooper Transport, nation's 75th largest for-hire carrier, according to Transport Topics, telling D.C. lawmakers they want to buy Yellow's assets for about $2 billion. And restore at least some of the estimated 30,000 jobs lost when they filed bankruptcy. Of course, as a key element of the plan, they want the Biden administration to extend the term of the $700 million loan for the COVID program. Scheduled to be repaid September 30th. I thought it was next year, but whether Yellow was prepared to repay it or not, that doesn't matter now. Bankruptcy put everything on hold. An extension of that loan would, in effect, provide $700 million toward the $2 billion that Jack Cooper proposes to pay for Yellow. Besides a number of U.S. senators, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, they also like the idea. A Teamster carrier itself, Jack Cooper, apparently plans to resurrect Yellow as a union carrier. That's just a wee bit ironic since the Teamsters helped put Yellow into the financial grave by scuttling their attempt to consolidate their regional and national operations into a more viable whole, as we know. Now, how does a car carrier doing about $500 million in annual revenue come up with the other $1.3 billion to buy a defunct mega carrier? Does Jack Cooper have $1 billion stashed under a big lumpy mattress? They actually flirted with bankruptcy itself not too long ago. So even if the money were available, we'd still have a car carrier that operates like 1,286 tractors, 1,284 metal frame trailers that look like rolling playground jungle gyms, trying to buy and presumably run what had been the third largest LTL carrier, doing more than $5 billion annually. 12,700 tractors, 42,000 trailers, with a roof, a floor, 4 sides and a door. And he did say, to all you talented vehicle haulers, I'm just kidding about that. But he goes on to conclude, Yellow not only died, it's actually begun to decompose. So I have to assume Jack Cooper has another plan. I cannot begin to imagine what it might be. Whatever the plan, though, it will absolutely not bring back even a respectable portion of Yellow's jobs that were lost. Sure, LTLs can grow quickly when one established carrier absorbs another, but organically they grow very slowly. Adding terminals, building networks, it takes years. And serious money lenders won't want to wait that long. He concludes, let's face it, yellow is dead, and it ain't coming back. Again, John Bendel, contributor with Landline magazine.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we got here? I see Phillips on board. That means time for a little space talk. I have no idea if that's what he called about, but I love to share this stuff when he's on board. The U.S. Space Force awarding a $2.5 billion in rocket launch contracts to SpaceX and the United Launch Alliance, ULA, according to CNBC. On Tuesday, the military branch's Space Systems Command announced this will be 21 mission assignments, which make up the last round of orders in the National Security Space Launch Phase 2 program. Deputy Program Executive Officer of Space Systems Command says these assignments were split nearly evenly between SpaceX and ULA, the former receiving 10 missions, $1.23 billion value, the latter 11 missions. It's a $1.3 billion value. Now, ULA, by the way, is a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed Martin. Missions are reportedly set to launch over the next 2 or 3 years. Space Systems Command says that ULA will use their soon-to-be-released Vulcan rocket to fly all 11 of their missions. SpaceX will use the Falcon 9 for 7 missions and the Falcon Heavy for 3 missions. Now, since naming SpaceX and the ULA as their 2 launch providers in 2020, Space Force has greatly expanded this Phase 2 program that originally consisted of 34 missions with 60% assigned to ULA and 40% to SpaceX. According to CNBC, Phase 2 grew to 48 missions out of increased demand for national security launches. Ultimately, the split for the mission contracts evened out, with SpaceX getting 22, ULA 26. In a statement, he said Space Force awarded more missions to SpaceX than initially expected, based on the government assessment of readiness. It is imperative to rapidly deliver critical space capabilities to the joint warfighter as soon as they're ready to be launched. And we cannot leave capabilities sitting here on the ground. And SpaceX has undoubtedly proven they can get things done very quickly with launches every few days. All right, let me see. Philip, how about that? Good morning. What's going on?
Well, not much. Just driving to work. The main reason that they picked that SpaceX to put more into them is reliability too. I mean, you talk about readiness, and it is part of the readiness program, but ULA has a lot to be worked on. I mean, there are a lot of civil servants in ULA that worked for NASA for many years, and I don't know, ULA just seems like to me they're a little bit behind the time getting things going. SpaceX is more motivated, and I'm not trying to beat on the SpaceX wagon, but you know, you can just see it in the numbers of flights that SpaceX does. You throw up the launch app, I tell you what, those Falcon 9s are going up all the time. You know, and every time there's a Starlink mission, that's out of his pocket. That's not out of the government's pocket. So, you know, the only thing the government's doing is basically letting him launch from KSC and giving him the availability to launch. And ULA has got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do to catch up to SpaceX. I was kind of stumbled there when you were talking about the amount of rockets that are what they're using, that they're not using more Falcon Heavies, because usually the Space Alliance, when they use they got a lot of heavy stuff they lift, be it unmanned aircraft or whatever they need, their little space shuttle deal they've got, or, you know, whatever they need for reconnaissance. It's usually a heavy piece, whatever goes up, and they usually use that Falcon Heavy on it. So I was kind of surprised about it.
It says, ULA says, it said soon to be released Vulcan. What is the Vulcan rocket?
The Vulcan rocket is the one that's going to be replacing all the Atlas rockets that they have right now, and a lot of the Deltas they've had over the years. ULA has gone to the next generation of rocket. Is what they've done, and it's that Vulcan rocket. It's not proven yet. I mean, they've tested it. They know it's there. They know they can make the rocket work it needs to be. But it's a heavy lift rocket. You know, it's a little bit more. It's kind of in between a Falcon 9 and a Falcon Heavy. It's kind of in between those two rockets. It can lift a lot of weight, but it's their next generation. But the thing is with ULA, and you'll see that. I mean, we've seen it with the Artemis program. They take a lot of the old technology, and they're still using the old technology, which I don't have a problem with, but it's not as reliable as what's going on with SpaceX, where SpaceX tries to develop their technology more and more, whereas ULA uses the same kind of stuff. They just put it in a different type of box. So let's see if they can pull it off. I haven't seen too many of their test launches, and I know they've done test runs on their engines, but we'll see how it goes. Steve, I sent you a video yesterday. Did you get it by chance?
Refresh my memory what it might have been. I'm trying to think back here. First of all, let's pause there because we're to news break. And we'll come back with more here on a Thursday morning. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
USA News Update. The importance of investing in rural America was on President Biden's mind.
President Biden visiting Minnesota and emphasizing his administration's commitment to investing in rural areas.
It's about making things in rural America again. And that's exactly what the historic legislation we passed has done, creating new and better markets and new income streams so that generations of rural Americans can begin to thrive again.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried could potentially receive a life sentence if found guilty on all fraud charges. After 3 days of testimony, Bankman-Fried's defense team concluded their case. Legendary college basketball coach Bobby Knight has died. Knight won 3 national titles at Indiana and over 900 games over the span of his career. The coach was 83 years old. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. We left off there, Philip. Said you sent me a video. It's not ringing a bell. What was it about there, Philip? I'm sorry.
Well, I sent a video to you yesterday. It was, and I know everybody has heard about Grady Judd down here. He's the sheriff in Polk County.
Oh, yeah.
He's busted a lot of people and done a lot of things, and it's been on the news. And his press conferences sometimes are so they're comedic, and in what you see, and he pulls pictures up of people, and to prove his point and whatnot. But, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Judd, and why I say that is he did something on Halloween that it kind of shocked me how it tied everything in together. A lot of things that are talked about on this show, and it tied a lot of things that I hear on the show a lot from different callers. He basically had 3 individuals that were arrested for selling him 10 kilos of fentanyl. Now, you know what fentanyl is,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I know about fentanyl. I know what it can do, and it's bad stuff. It's poison. Okay, but Sheriff Judd in his press conference noted that how things happen. Like, say for instance, this was directly these 10 kilos of fentanyl. They tracked them all the way from Mexico to Compton, California, to Polk County, Florida. Okay, they tracked everything. They did this raid took months to get done. It wasn't done just in a day. It took months, and 3 individuals got arrested. They had enough fentanyl, Steve, in 10 kilos. Now dig this out. This was in the press conference. That's enough to kill 5 million people.
Yep.
Okay. Now, in his press conference, he not only had, his folks, but he had the state's attorney for Hillsborough County. He had the state's attorney for Polk County. He had the state's attorney for the state of Florida. Ashley Moody was there right beside his side and talked about it. And Ashley Moody put something in perspective, and I want everybody out there to understand this, and I never even thought about this. If it kills 5 million people, it could kill every child in the state of Florida. That's a pretty dramatic number there, and when you hear it explained that way, you know what I mean, Steve? And fentanyl is a big deal, and it's so crazy, and I didn't even know this happened, and Grady Judd would not have done this investigation if he hadn't got the funding from this program. They started a funding program down here in Florida, the governor did. It's called SAFE, and I don't know exactly what the acronym spells out, but basically it's for eradication of fentanyl, okay? And what they're doing is they have funding for the law enforcement agencies so they can get the extra time to do their detective work. They can have the extra time and do things the right way and have it paid for by the state of Florida, okay, to protect people in the state of Florida. But something that was really interesting about this situation was he was talking about the state of California. He called the LA Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, to go to one of the individuals' houses. Supposedly they had a house in LA, and they were going to arrest the individual directly in LA and then bring him down here to Florida. Do you know what the LA Sheriff's Department told Grady Judd, Steve? Now you're going to laugh when I tell you this. They said, we don't break into people's houses. If we catch him on the street in his car, we'll do it. But if you're going to have us knocking on the door to go to his house, we're not going to do it. Okay? And one of the points that Grady Judd brought up was we do not have a lot of work between states. So like the state of California, their procedures are a lot different than the state of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't do that. So when you hear people talking on this show about California and what's going on with them and New York and a lot of these different states that they're very liberal in their thinking and their what they're doing, this is what we're talking about. And they're on actually the other side of the fence supporting these guys that are running this stuff. Now, another point that he made, which is brought up on this show a lot, is the deal with the border. They actually saw the factories across the border with basically looking at a pair of binoculars. They could see the factory across the border that are making fentanyl.
and shipping it across the border and bringing it across the border. They can actually see it. Now, that's crazy stuff, Steve. What do you think?
It's like they're almost incentivizing the crime, right? To places like California.
Yes, and that's what they're doing. A lot of these states, it's coming across the border, going into that state, and we're kind of turning our head the other way, and then it's coming into our states that care about it, that care about our safety. You know, I mean, when you got stuff coming from Mexico into Compton, California, and they know the route, Steve. He said that yesterday, or not yesterday, but excuse me, on Halloween, because that's when this press conference was carried out. I got the video yesterday, but he said that they tracked the route. One individual, now dig this out, this is how our states are, okay? So they brought the stuff up to Compton, California. They put a warrant on this individual when L.A. County Sheriff wouldn't pick him up. So they put a general warrant on him. Do you know where they actually served that warrant at, Steve, when that individual actually got busted? He got busted in the state of Florida in Suwannee County, which is up by close to where Ocala and all that is, up in that area.
Yep.
Now, you look at a map, that's a pretty daggone long way from Compton, California, up to just the other side of Tallahassee and Ocala and all and up in there. That's a pretty long way before that warrant was actually served. Now, how many states do you got to go through? And I'm pretty sure this car was seen by tag readers. I'm pretty sure it was seen by all kinds of law enforcement agencies that could have caught it because it had a warrant out on it. The car, the individual, the whole shot. But it didn't actually get served until it was in the state of Florida. That's when they actually found him. And he was found by the Florida State Highway Patrol is the one who got him. And they worked with Grady Judd and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to get the individual to Polk County so they could prosecute him. Now, folks, we got to wake up. I mean, our states have got to work together with law enforcement and stop things. Fentanyl is only one little piece of the puzzle. There's a lot more stuff coming across that border than we know. And a lot of people are showing all the illegals coming across, and that's what they're showing with this border deal. But there's more coming across that border than people. Mm-hmm. And this fentanyl is some serious business. I mean, it is serious business, Steve. They're actually making pills that are like over-the-counter type pills
absolutely.
that are stamped out of this stuff. And people are getting it, and people are getting sick and dying from it. They had, since 2018, there's been 250,000 people in the United States that has died from fentanyl. And all it takes, if you take your hand to your palm of your hand and you put a grain of sand in your palm of your hand, it only takes 2 grains of sand to kill you with fentanyl. 2 grains of it. So if you're looking at 2 grains of sand and you did that with fentanyl, you would die. So it's some serious business. I mean, the dealer, the guys they busted, said that during packaging, and the guy openly said this to the people that were undercover, said, "Oh yeah, when we're packaging it, we have to keep Narcan on hold in case we pass out." Now, what the heck kind of crap is that, bud?
Yeah.
That's not something, I mean, when they're selling something that's so volatile that during the packaging stage, it knocks them out, what the heck is that going to do with somebody on the street? And they're using it to cut stuff. They're making cocaine with this stuff. They're making all kinds of methamphetamine. Grady Judd said in that thing that they had a big issue with methamphetamine now. You know what they're doing with methamphetamine now? They're making it liquefied and putting it in 5-gallon buckets and shipping it in buckets now.
Liquid, yep.
Liquid. That is a big deal. And I know I usually talk about rockets, and I usually don't talk about this kind of stuff, but it was pretty poignant in video of what was brought up. And I mean, I know that they brought the video up to do that. And Grady Judd is very animated. He's very comedic in the way he presents his delivery, and he's like, yeah, here it is, such and such, and he did this, but let me tell you what, when you see that kind of numbers that could hurt people, that's scary stuff, Steve. And I know Pappy has talked about it. I know Eagle has talked about the border a lot, and he's right. And Pappy's right about this drug thing. We need to get it under control. There's more coming across this border than just people from Venezuela and all these other countries. There's a lot of things coming across that border that we need to keep an eye on. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. And y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right, it is a real issue. It's a serious, and right now the focus, all of a sudden, is the radicalized, the sympathizers of Hamas, the Palestinian people, those sympathizers, the haters of the Jews and the haters of America in general. They're pouring across that border as well. But I found the story he was talking about there. Yeah, he pretty much broke it all down, so I won't go through all that again. But 3 suspects ultimately. A 55-year-old Juan Manuel Gutierrez, a 65-year-old Ruperto Roca, and 25-year-old Juan Gutierrez Contreras. Deputies, you said, had conducted controlled purchases from Gutierrez Medina, who sold him large quantities of fentanyl. They made these purchases with the other 2 suspects as well, but they, as he mentioned, tracked Gutierrez as he traveled from Compton, California to Florida. Florida Highway Patrol arrested him in Suwannee County. Detective said before his arrest, though, he had delivered 6 kilos of fentanyl to undercover agents. All said and done, detectives seized 10 kilos. That's where he used that number, enough to kill 5 million people. He mentioned taking the fentanyl, and they do this in labs, and they're doing it in Mexico. They've got these dirty, nasty basement laboratories where they're taking these drugs and stamping them into pill form. And yes, they will look like an actual legitimate pharmaceutical purchase. It'll look like a Valium. It'll look like a Vicodin. It'll look like an actual Percocet. I got to attend a funeral with someone I knew personally just last year. He was a construction kind of guy, but owed a lot of child support. He was working second and third jobs. He had bought a couple of, I can't recall if it was Vicodin or Percocet. He had lower back pain from the construction work. Bought a couple of Percocets or Vicodin, whatever it was, for pain. Looked like the actual capsules. Bought them from a friend at the Chipotle he was working at on the side for extra income to pay his child support. Yeah, he wasn't purchasing fentanyl. He wasn't a fentanyl addict. But those pills that he purchased on the black market, I guess, it killed him. Overdosed on fentanyl. Yeah, the emergency responders arrived. They hit him with the Narcan. He was pretty much already dead by the time they got there. His girlfriend found him. He wasn't feeling well. Yeah, took a pain pill, he thought, laid down in his bed, died in that bed. He had no idea that he was taking fentanyl. That's the word law enforcement's been trying to get out. I mean, for people that are addicted to these pain medications. And I know they're doing their best to stop prescribing things, but that's what's making the black market so much more attractive for people who take the likes of pain meds in the pill form. They think they're actually getting the pain meds they're used to. This is being done intentionally. It's 150 people are dying every day in this country, dying from synthetic opioids. I can take you to the state of Kentucky, where just last week the Attorney General sent a letter to the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, because they're the ones responsible for this. Yet this is the guy that continues to say the border is secure. The border is secure. He said the Biden administration's immigration policies are incentivizing crime, especially fentanyl trafficking. And he called the prioritization of transporting illegal immigrants to processing centers is their top priority over capturing those who enter this country illegally is sheer insanity. Now, the Kentucky Attorney General, he's actually going to be trying to unseat Andy Beshear in November's gubernatorial election. But the letter he sent to Mayorkas said the Department of Homeland Security has to end this soft-on-crime approach and reinstitute some of the Trump administration policies to prevent the cartels from exploiting this disaster on the border. Noting from April of 2020 to April of 2021, 101,000 plus Americans died from drug overdoses. First time in the U.S. history that overdose deaths exceeded 100,000 in any 12-month period. Now, that's going to be higher this year. About 112,000 from May of 22 to May of 23, and it's just getting worse. He said, quote, I have grave concerns about how a wide open southern border is contributing to the crisis and the Department of Homeland Security's failure to mount any sort of effective response. More than 8 million people have entered this country illegally during the Biden administration, exceeding the population of 38 states, almost doubling Kentucky's population. Customs and Border Protections has devoted so many resources to these unlawful entries that they cannot adequately combat the fentanyl trafficking. But it goes on and on. All right, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, right back at it and see what's going on with Vic this morning. Hello, Vic.
Hello, Steve. Talk about all that stuff brought back a lot of memories. It goes way back on that whole drug war thing. But one of the reasons a lot of these states don't want to arrest somebody that another state wants is, they got all that extradition stuff and the expense and everything else. So that's one of the reasons they don't do that. But one thing, Philip was talking the other night, he mentioned something about that the old Alaskan Bear bomber plane. It's an old turboprop plane, had dual counter-rotating props. And he was talking about when he was in Alaska, and I didn't know if he was at like Elmendorf or Fairbanks or in the Guard, or he might even been part of NORAD, because there's a section up there that if a Russian plane or any outside plane would get into, is that they'd scramble people pretty quick, and all of them flew different types of planes, and then they had that electronic surveillance plane. I'll shoot, the number escapes me right now, because some of those Bears were actually set up to for the Navy, to where that they could basically, they're anti-submarine, and they try to keep track of the nuclear submarines if they were getting up close to Russians. But I was just kind of curious because I thought he was from Chicago at one time, and I didn't know, as strange as it seems, that Alaskan Air Command is actually in the Pacific Air Forces because of the Aleutian Islands. And I was just kind of curious. I didn't know if he was there, like I say, as a air guardsman, reservist, active duty, or what. But anyway, what I called in about was this whole deal with the IRS thing and the funding for Israel and Ukraine and all. Well, I found it rather interesting that Biden goes to Minnesota and says he wants to create industry up there. Well, they just put Mike Lindell out of business, or up there. So it struck me as odd that they would do that. And I seen where Lindell owed lawyers like $300 million, and IRS is thinking about going after him. And that's the same deal with Trump and everybody else. The IRS is not interested in going after millionaires because it's going to take them forever. But what they do want is some money to make sure they can go after business people. And the tax doctor there, he could probably explain, how long it takes the IRS to get any money out of people that can fight back, or those that wouldn't, that he has a service to where that IRS doesn't get anything. So what they're going to be doing, they're going to be going after the little guy to where they can shake loose a lot of money, probably put a lot of small businessmen just barely getting a foot in the door, getting
fancy you would mention that. We got applause there, but I mean, the IRS did kind of admit a few days ago that we are actually going to see more investigations, audits of people that make less than $400,000 a year.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. A caravan with thousands of migrants is coming to the southern U.S. border.
Approximately 5,000 migrants from Central and South America are moving northward through Mexico, headed for the southern border. Texas Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar says caravans are a recurring situation, but they won't be allowed in if they make it.
89 to 90% of them don't have a right to get asylum. They're coming in because of economic reasons, or they want to join their family.
This caravan marks the largest since last June, with Mexican police providing an escort and ensuring the highway remains accessible. I'm John Schaefer.
Earlier today, Donald Trump Jr. gave testimony in his father's civil fraud trial. He faced questions regarding his involvement in his father's financial statements. The New York Attorney General contends that Trump's statements were exaggerated to secure more advantageous loans. Eric, Ivanka, and former President Trump will testify in the near future. The Federal Reserve has once again decided to pause interest rate hikes. This marks the second consecutive time they've kept rates steady following 11 previous hikes, including 4 this year.
Today, we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Given how far we have come, along with the uncertainties and risks we face, the committee is proceeding carefully.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the committee expressed increased optimism about the economy and job market despite ongoing inflation concerns. Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey claims that the state Democratic Party was responsible for covering the expenses of events he attended in 2018 and 2019. According to a report obtained by Politico from Public Records, taxpayers footed a $12,000 bill for the governor's attendance at events held at MetLife Stadium, including a Taylor Swift concert, a hip-hop festival, and New York Jets game. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
UAW workers at Ford Motor
transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time.
All right, blink, blink, we're back. And indeed, it is the final hour here on a Thursday, second day of November. Wow. All right, I'm going to pick back up with Vic here, but in the name of transparency, I did a quick search because I had seen several stories online in regards to the IRS actually kind of coming out in recent days admitting that they might actually increase the number of audits for those making less than $400,000. I guess that's kind of a question mark. Depending on where you go, if you go to like Snopes, they'll say that's a false statement. No, the IRS commissioner did not admit that audits will increase for Americans earning less than $400,000 a year. What we found says the claims stem from the IRS commissioner Danny Werfel's testimony during a hearing before two House subcommittees on October the 24th. C-SPAN posted a video of the hearing on their website. It says, Werfel did not say during the hearing that the IRS would increase audits for Americans making under $400,000 per year. Rather, he reaffirmed their commitment to not increase audit rates for people in that group. During the hearing, this was the question, Representative Virginia Fox asked him if he would guarantee the IRS won't increase audits of people earning less than $400,000 a year. In response, he said, quote, "That's my marching order to the IRS. If we fall short of that, I will be held accountable for it." Now, he also told Fox News the agency's planning to hire customer service representatives and accountants, not just tax enforcement agents over the next several years. Then they shared the full transcript of it. So, again, I guess that's subject to interpretation. That's my order. We're not going to increase. If we happen to begin auditing more, that would be on me, I guess he's saying. That's my responsibility. All right, welcome back, Vic.
Yeah. Yeah, you still there, Steve?
We got you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, what I was referencing is like small businesses and things of that nature. I'm curious what that $400,000 is. Is that gross or net, you know? And in this world, I know it sounds like in this day and age, $1 million, it doesn't take a lot to get there anymore in a small business and things of that nature. The people that would be likely Trump supporters. But anyway, the other thing too that I was going to talk about was you were talking about that Jack Cooper yellow deal. One article that I seen there said that Cooper already had some agreements with the auto industry, and he carries the cars around, so he already has contracts with them. And years ago, I don't know if they still have those type of trailers or not. Not Jack Cooper, but if those trailers are available, Swift used to have trailers, Swift Transportation, that you could drop down. They were like a dry van, but they would have a infrastructure inside them to where they could drop down and actually carry 2 levels of cars in a dry van trailer, and then that infrastructure, then that would go up to the ceiling, and then they could carry dry freight in it. And the reason they did that was because they got a contract with BMW, and basically they damaged so many BMW cars that BMW canceled the contract. Whatever happened to the trailers, I don't know, because I quit delivering new trailers. But I don't know if Jack Cooper has something like that in mind rather than the traditional car carriers or not there. But hopefully he has some sort of a plan in mind, and I still think that whole yellow thing should be thoroughly investigated, because to me it just stinks to high heaven. And it's the same, it followed the same pattern that all those chameleon trucking companies did. So I'll just leave that subject at there at that part. But the other thing is this connection between Israel and Russia and Iran and Ukraine. See, Russia and Iran, they both border the Caspian Sea, which has oil in it. And Russia and Iran already, they have agreements with the oil. And of course, the people right now that are taking it, I think Venezuela was taking some of it. There's different countries that are hostile to the United States, I guess the best way to put it, that they're not honoring any sanctions or anything else. And as long as oil prices stay up, they're making money. And with Ukraine there, I thought at one time there that it looked like that they were about ready to push Russia back out to the border there, and that was basically what I didn't really appreciate about that whole speaker debacle was the timing of it and everything. And who knew that this Israel thing was coming along, and we're looking pretty weak on the world stage. That's just all you can say. That we can't even get our act together to mount any sort of an offense. And so, Lord, I'm surprised North Korea and China is staying quiet, and hopefully they will. But that was the main thing that I wanted to comment on it. And the other thing too is I had a couple of questions. Do you know if that wreaths across America, do they go to the national cemeteries? Like in each state they have like a national cemetery where veterans are buried and everything, or exactly how many cemeteries or different cemeteries?
It is now in excess of 2,000, I believe 2,000 some cemeteries around the country. Yeah, I mean, there's cemeteries in every state and they rely on various trucking companies to volunteer to allow some of their trailers to go and haul those wreaths all over the country.
Yeah, okay. And the other thing real quick is I can pick up your podcast on the TuneIn app. You're familiar with that, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. You're picking up these radio stations. Do you know if they're going to have that live on the TuneIn thing, or is the TuneIn just podcast only?
I mean, we're on pretty much all the podcast, outlets all over, everywhere that you can podcast or present it. I'm not sure if these particular affiliates have you mean like their own website, having their own podcasts after the show from their website, or?
No, I used to be able to pick up WWVA out of West Virginia on TuneIn, and it was live, and when you get on that app, they'll give you different radio stations. I've tried to pick it up live, KSL live, but that didn't work very good either. But that's what I was curious about, those different radio stations. I guess I'll just have to get on there and see if they have those radio stations as part of their listing. I don't know exactly how TuneIn works. I know I liked the WWVA thing there for a while, and then they kind of changed their modus operandi there, and their tower got blowing down, and I don't know if they ever really got it back up there. But anyway, that's pretty much about all I had. But there is a Russian-Ukraine connection there, and that's why the deal with there's no question that we need to help Israel, and I don't know, some of the special forces people have talked about some of the things that IDF has, and you used to have a caller that was a courier that I think he'd been part of IDF at one time. He used to talk about he had somebody, a cousin or something. I don't know if it was on KISS. He was a band member or something. On
that was Dr. Cuz. Dr. Cuz. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's. I think he is cousin of Gene Simmons. Correct, Dr. Cuz.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Steve, I'll let you get off here and finish up with a few more callers, or you kind of keep my. I ran onto a family member that rolled a truck up in Pennsylvania, and I was talking to him. He says, no, I don't know what happened. This is several years back. He said, I just gone past there, and I just lit me up a doobie, and I was driving across there, passing these trucks, and then all of a sudden all the lights went out. And I asked him where it happened. It happened right before he got to that big bridge up there at Hamilton. And I think I got to thinking later, I wonder if he was driving down through there and had his headlights off and didn't even realize it because he was in a string of traffic.
Wow.
But anyway, he said, I'm going to get my CDL back. And he said, I'm thinking about going back out there. And he's over 70. And my wife says, there's no way that company's going to hire him back. I said, yeah, they just told him that because they knew he's not going to pass the test for the CDL. But I said, that's one of the reasons I got off the road, because I was amazed at how many people were impaired, so to speak, out there on the road. But
well, I guess
anyway,
that's why the drug clearinghouse that they implemented a few years ago, that any driver that fails a drug test or refuses to submit to a drug test has to be loaded into that database. The idea was the days of a driver, like you said, smoking a doobie, getting called in for a drug test, coming back positive, losing his job with that trucking company. He'd go down the street, company B, company C, put in applications and lie on the application. Not even saying where he was previously employed. And he'd be back out there behind the wheel in no time. The idea is, if you're failing a drug test or refusing to take the drug test, at least in the trucking industry, the next company's going to know, and they're not going to hire you. But he mentioned Gene Simmons. I think Horsefeathers and I were talking about that after the program yesterday morning. And he did, Will, a.k.a. Horsefeathers, shared the video. It's from 60 Minutes Australia, where they sat down with Gene Simmons, and it kind of goes to the fact that through all these years, it takes hours to get ready for any individual concert, but they said Gene Simmons still applies his own iconic war paint for each show on his own, along with their comic book costumes. And that video was, again, he shared that with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive fan page. I just came across that a few minutes ago, and I'll have to check that out in its entirety maybe. And when we close things out this morning, And we'll get to Knucklebuster into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, it's been a few years, probably. I think he had gone to more of a daytime courier kind of thing. His name's Frank Cousin, but he called in as Dr. Cuz. And I remember when he first started calling the program, I joked around about, I thought he was just, playing on the Dr. Love, the song by Kiss. Yeah, Dr. Love. And it turns out, he's actually a cousin of Gene Simmons. And, he dresses up as Gene Simmons. He's got a pretty good gig, pretty good outfit. And I guarantee for Halloween, he was out there impersonating Gene Simmons once again here a couple nights ago, Dr. Cuz. Yeah, but I'm friends with him on Facebook, and he's still posting things. Just give us a call, Dr. Cuz. Give us a full report. Knucklebuster.
Mr. Steve Summers.
Morning. Our computer's kind of taking its own sweet time picking up on calls this morning, so it's a little delay. But, welcome aboard.
Ohio, Mr. Steve Summers. Today is National Ohio Day. I guess we get to celebrate the whole state there, right? Did I hear correctly say that Monkey County ran over a bull deer?
I think someone corrected me and said it was a moose deer.
A mule deer.
Mule deer. Mule deer.
Floppy ears.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's got big floppy ears like a mule, and they get on up there about 300, 350 pounds. Big old rack on them there, you ain't gonna run over them and not leave a dent on your truck there. You guys needs to get him one of them bull guards up front, or deer guards, whatever you want to call them there. So I've got one on mine. It saved having to replace that front end there. On them drug dealers and stuff, there ain't no federal oversight committee on them. They just do whatever they want to do there.
Right.
Yep. A policeman cannot come down there to my house and arrest me from another state. He's got to extradite me first. He doesn't have any jurisdiction down there at my house, but I'll just step next door to my lawyer and tell him to fight each other, right? And I'm going to miss that long vacation I take between Thanksgiving and New Year's this year, because I had to use all my vacation and holiday time up for cataract surgeries and cancer surgery there, So you and I are just going to have to put up with each other this year between Thanksgiving and New Year's there. And Eagle does have a friend that would vote for Biden over Trump any day of the week. His name is Minister.
Well, there's no question about that. No ands, ifs, or buts. Yes.
I know that's right. I'll tell you who I miss, and that's Stinger. They were talking about caffeine and sugar the other day. I miss that old boy. I ain't heard him in a long time. Are you going to donate to the Democratic Party so that they can pay off that New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy party that he had up at a Taylor Swift concert using taxpayer funds? I think that falls along the line of extortion, something like that, or I don't forgot what it's called.
Misappropriation of funds, to say the least.
Yeah, that would do it. Well, they need to lock him up, and I don't guess they're going to do that either. Well, let me get on down here just a little bit. Oh, I read that they think they found where Jimmy Hoffa is up there in Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah?
Buried in a baseball field. Yeah, I still like the fact that he was up there at the hospital and maternity ward trying to organize labor there, right? Yeah. I told that joke today to that girl. She laughed because my mom was going to enjoy that joke. So, well, I got one for you, Steve. What can you hold in your right hand but never in your left hand?
I have no idea.
Your left hand. And that's all.
All right. There you go. All right. That's a little brain teaser, right? All right, out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, here's another update for you. The owner of the Grand Rapids trucking company that abruptly shut down back in September apparently has finally paid his employees, according to several workers that had reached out to the local Target 8 affiliate there in Grand Rapids. Sunset Logistics, as you recall, announced their permanent closure on September 25th in an emailed their workers. The owner blaming the shutdown on the horrid economy, the slow freight market, dropping rates. According to the federal records, they employed 90 drivers plus administrative staff. Now, when he initially failed to issue final paychecks, workers had reached out to Target 8 looking for help. Monday of this week, some of those same employees contacted us again saying they did receive pay stubs via email indicating their direct deposits were imminent. The funds were indeed deposited and available by Tuesday morning, according to one former Sunset Logistics driver. He said, "We're still hoping to receive our escrow funds in the future." Drivers have so far not been reimbursed for the $1,000 that each driver had held by Sunset in escrow to protect them in the event that an employee would quit or maybe leave equipment or cargo stranded somewhere. A second worker said it appears the company will not be compensated employees for earned vacation time they may have had coming to them. The Wage and Hour Division of the Department of Labor has been investigating Sunset for their failure to pay workers. Target 8 reached out to LEO to inquire about the status of that investigation, have not heard back. According to the auction house, OrbitBit, Sunset Logistics is scheduled for an online auction coming up in December. Sunset Logistics, in conjunction with secured creditor, made the decision to close, will be selling all remaining assets and equipment, again, via online auction. OrbitBit, I guess you'll have to look that up if you might be interested in bidding on some of their equipment. It is 29 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The importance of investing in rural America was on President Biden's mind.
President Biden visiting Minnesota and emphasizing his administration's commitment to investing in rural areas.
It's about making things in rural America again. And that's exactly what the historic legislation we passed has done, creating new and better markets and new income streams so that generations of rural Americans can begin to thrive again.
FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried could potentially receive a life sentence if found guilty on all fraud charges. After 3 days of testimony, Bankman-Fried's defense team concluded their case. Legendary college basketball coach Bobby Knight has died. Knight won 3 national titles at Indiana and over 900 games over the span of his career. The coach was 83 years old. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A couple of other tidbits. First, with all the big headlines being what's been happening in the Middle East, other things taking place. Yeah, a lot of, the mainstream wouldn't cover it anyway. Yeah, corruption, the Biden family. But this past day, I guess the latest is Joe received a $40,000 check. Yeah, well, they're calling it $40,000 in laundered communist Chinese money from the Chinese energy company in 2017 from the account of his brother James Biden and sister-in-law Sarah Biden. Once again, in the form of a personal check labeled as loan repayment. This unveiled by James Comer this past day, a newly released bank records memorandum. So this is the second instance. Joe has personally accepted a suspicious personal check from his brother James. James, who was involved in the Bidens' overseas business ventures. Joe denies any involvement. He's done so at least 9 times. This latest discovery justifies concerns raised by Republicans that the Biden business compromised Joe. It lends further credence to the impeachment inquiry. The $40,000 money trail began July 30 of 2017 when Hunter demanded a $10 million payment from CEFC China Energy Company and associate Raymond Zhao. CEFC had close ties to the Chinese Communist Party. The Bidens launched their working relationship with CEFC, indeed, when Joe was vice president. The laundered money trail took 6 steps, according to the committee. July 30, 2017, Hunter puts pressure on Zhao for a $10 million payment under the influence of Joe, who was sitting in the room, according to the screenshot from an IRS whistleblower back in June. August 8, just a week later, Hunter Biden linked bank accounts received about $5 million in payments from Zhao within 10 days of the text, using proximity to Joe Biden as a cudgel. August 8, that same day, 2017, on the same day, $400,000 was wired to Owasco PC from Hudson West III, another entity controlled by the president's son. August 14, 2017, Hunter wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, an entity owned by Joe's brother, James, and wife, Sarah. August 28 of 2017, Sarah Biden withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. On the same day, Sarah Biden deposited $50,000 into her shared personal checking account with James Biden. Step number 6, September 3rd. Sarah Biden wrote Joe Biden a check for $40,000 for a, quote, loan repayment. A method Republicans say is, money laundering. The extortion scheme worked, said Comer. It all began with a shakedown in the summer of 17 when Hunter sent that message to his CEFC associate, demanding a $10 million capital payment. In taking funds sourced to a Chinese Communist Party-linked company that wanted to advance China's interests, Joe Biden exposed himself to future blackmail and put America's interest behind his own desire for money, according to Comer. Now, this after Comer disclosed Joe had received a $200,000 check from James in 2018, also noted as a loan repayment. Comer believes the $200,000 is suspicious because the money flowed through a distressed entity, AmeriCorps, which loaned James Biden a total of $600,000. James and the White House insist the check was not due to a pre-existing business relationship. James said the money was a return payment for money that Joe lent him. Like the payment to Joe from AmeriCorps funds, it's certainly plausible that this payment where James and Sarah used funds from China was possibly indeed a loan repayment to Joe, according to Comer. But even if this $40,000 check for a loan repayment from James, it still shows how Joe benefited from his family cashing in on his name with money coming from China, no less. There's the latest. All right, meanwhile, this should be good. It's Sheryl Crow, first-time caller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is the first time calling on, let's see, today is this the 2nd or the 3rd now?
2nd of November. Yes, it actually says Sheryl Crow on the screen. I thought we were going to break out, and all I want to do is just have fun.
Oh, yeah. You'd love to hear my version of that there, May. Well, there is Friday coming, Steve. You can cross your fingers on that one, and we'll see what we can do there. Man, I guess I missed a lot of it, what you were talking about, but you touched on KISS there. You know, the first time I ever saw an image of them, I thought, you got to be kidding me. But then we bit, and it was probably their first national tour, mid-late 70s, and about the time Marshall Tucker Band was really stroking it heavy too. And it was cool. I put on a pretty interesting program in that, you know, the techniques, you know, lasers and all that hadn't hit the scene yet back then. So their pyrotechnics and whatnot were a total departure from what we're used to seeing. And yeah, it was cool. And they certainly made a name for themselves. But no, when I first saw them in their clown makeup, I thought, no, this is not going to fly. But, well, I guess they proved me wrong by all means. Thinking about that same time frame, you know, mid-70s, we're all, you know, in our 18 to 21 range. Well, you know, 18 was the age of consumption at that time. Well, turning the clocks back, Steve, that was a kind of a highlight of the fall period, in that our watering holes were open an hour later, you know. The closing time, last call, became an hour after what we were used to. And boy, that was a pretty important deal at that time. These days, I even thought of staying awake until closing time is beyond
so
our
what would be 3 o'clock in the morning,
Oh.
technically, yeah.
Exactly. So, no, anyway, just to show you how fast luck and fortune can change, all the talk about the deer and whatnot right now, a deer, in our case, a white-tailed deer, they are phenomenal jumpers. And I might have shared this sometime back, and this is way back when the Volkswagen Beetles were still pretty regular on the highways. No, I was accelerating up the speed leaving town, and there was a bridge, overpass. Well, the deer came running onto the interstate at a diagonal angle onto this bridge. Well, it wasn't even close to me, but I had a front row seat. He took one leap. He cleared that Volkswagen, from the center line to the shoulder. Unfortunately, that's where his good luck ended. The second leap took him over the side of that bridge, and the county road, pavement about 25 feet below. With any luck, you would have had only 2 broken legs, but I'm sure there was chest injuries and shoulders, and that's luck. The luck of the draw, big time there. Now, class is in session. Everybody gather up, turn your volume up. It's time for a little education here. Sex Ed 101. Giving everybody a little moment here, Steve. And I'm sure they're all reaching for the volume now.
What's going on now? What the?
So, yeah. Okay, now everybody, pay attention here. This is primarily for new listeners, listeners that have not called in the past. We're all familiar with the first-time caller program that Steve and Overnight Drive has, correct? We all get that first-time caller, get that $60, debit, so to speak, towards the purchase of any Hot Shot secret product of your choice. Now, he's also touched on a moment at times. There's also a 10% discount in addition for Overnight Drive listeners. So when you fill out that online order form, be sure to check that off. Now, Steve, I don't know if it's still in effect. There was always a 10% discount for CDL holders. Is that still in effect?
That is still in effect. I do know you can use your $60 code and use the Overnight Drive code at checkout to get an additional 10%. I'm not sure about the additional 10% on top of that altogether in one transaction. I'm not sure.
You're right there. I do not remember if I used that CDL one at that time. There was a little confusion on how to make it work.
Yeah.
You have to go through a verification process and such, but there's that potential to, you want to place a $100 order, there's a potential to save $80 on that order there. So now, for you listeners that don't even want to bother with that, now we've been through this before. It's not just for diesel drivers and such. There's products for your automobile, your pickup, all your gasoline-powered vehicles, lawnmowers, hand tools, and such. If you don't want to do that, take heed warning. We need new callers. If you don't want to listen to the same callers 2-3 times a program, now the wheels are turning, right? Thinking maybe we should be calling in. Steve, you remember Heat Wave? He used to give us that warning, particularly on Fridays, heading in toward warning that during that loneliest hour, he would actually call back and bore the audience, fill a little airtime. So listeners out there, drop what you're doing. Time's closing in tonight, but Friday is the perfect venue to make that first time call and introduce yourselves and become part of the playing audience there, man.
The cast of Steve, cartoon characters.
There we go. And I've got to back out of here and start prep for our favorite day of the week there. See you tomorrow night, man.
Which would be a Friday. All right, it is The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And we left off earlier with the case of if drivers have to be federally regulated by the hours of service rules, well, the brokers, you should be required to pay drivers for lost time waiting to pick up freight. While carriers of all sizes have long been concerned about the effects of driver detention and its effect on safety, it affects us differently than established trucking companies and us as being owner-operators and small trucking companies. So they go on to say, brokers would rather sacrifice the independent owner-operators rather than hurt their relationship with the shipper or receivers because they'd automatically lose their contracts. Another commenter on the ICR is their information collection request is the ICR. The FMCSA is asking for these comments. Another asserted that although brokers know where and when a truck is heading for a pickup or delivery, when we get there and still have to sit for hours and hours while our clock is ticking, as soon as we arrive, we should all start being paid on the clock. It will also make these shippers and receivers move faster to send us on a safe journey from pickup to delivery. Arctic King Logistics, LLC, a trucking dispatch service, said wait time-related pressure to get back on the road to make a delivery or pickup, the next load, may lead drivers to make compromised decisions, potentially endangering themselves and others on the road. I mean, you've only got a 14-hour day, right? The clock's ticking. It is important to note that not only brokers are responsible, certain facilities contribute to this issue of, oftentimes they say, we're short on staff, or maybe they just don't care, and creating conditions where detention time is almost guaranteed. Regulating and improving these facilities will be essential to enhancing safety and the welfare of drivers of all on the road. Now, several commenters said the FMCSA should allow for an industry-accepted 2 free hours of wait time, after which they should require a $100 per hour detention time fee to be paid. The broker, shipper, receiver, hit them where it hurts, their bottom line. Recommending a $100 per hour fee going to the driver and $300 per hour to the carrier, paid immediately by the offending party prior to the departure of the driver. Now, carriers must pass on full driver share to the driver, no exception, and carriers cannot, as a condition of employment, compel drivers to sign any portion of that share away. The TSA, the Transportation Intermediaries Association, representing the brokers, did not comment, though. The ATA, representing the big trucking companies, has insisted the FMCSA steer clear of trying to regulate detention time. They say it's an economic issue and best addressed by the carriers and their customers. Now, whether detention time is also a safety issue, therefore an issue with FMCSA authority to address, that's another question altogether. While there has been no end of speculation that excessive waiting times provide incentives for unsafe behaviors, numerous studies have failed to substantiate even a statistically rigorous correlation between detention time and crash risk, much less even a casual link. Now, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and the truck safety advocates disagree with that. They pointed to a 2018 Office of Inspector General report conclusion that detention time indeed increases the likelihood of truck crashes involving death and serious injury. So it's big topic right now. FMCSA is looking into it. Anytime they do a study, though, it's like, yeah, it's probably going to be 10 years before they actually get anything accomplished. But 5-7, yes, sir.
Okay, you remember more than a few years ago, there was a fellow, I believe Gary Hart, politician, and, I guess he was being accused of cheating on his wife or something or other. He said, prove it. Well, they did. They caught him on the back of a yacht with a sweet little thing in a bikini. So I keep hearing Biden, and Busey about the money, what about the bank records or whatever, and
yeah.
Biden goes,
where's the money?
Where's the... I think they're finding it. A politician should know better than to ask that question. Where's the honey or where's the money? So I'm just a total pot of totally useless information. And that's how long ago was that Gary Hart thing? Lord,
it's been a while. Yeah, I remember that though.
All right, buddy. I just had to jump in there and throw that one out.
That's a good combination, though.
We down.
Where's the honey and where's the money, right? All right, what do we have here? We'll close things out here. One final note. We'll see where this goes. U.S. officials have discussed maybe establishing a multinational peacekeeping force in the Gaza Strip. Now, at this point, they say excluding American troops after Israel destroys Hamas. Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut and Chris Van Hollen, as well as Ben Cardin of Maryland, confirming that some of the talks occurred one day after Bloomberg first reported on them. Now, they did say these discussions are in the preliminary stage, very fragile, but they say it's going to be important to have some kind of multinational force in Gaza when that time arrives, when a transition to whatever's going to be coming next. And interesting how they did say after Israel destroys Hamas. Like, I don't hear anything about anybody suggesting any ceasefire or halt to the operations. Have yourself a wonderful Thursday. Hope you'll come back and join us again once again tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I